has been strangely warm today, even though it's only like 65 degrees for some reason. It feels warmer in my room. And so I have a fan on, which I'll probably turn off in a second. But can you guys hear the fan? Is it annoying? How are you? Everybody, talk to me. This is a very strange time. You know, I have my basement lifestyle, very, very tight routine. And then this weekend, or next weekend, I will not be streaming because it'll be Wasteland Jamboree. And it's such a trip how many months of thinking and prep for 2 days. And in order for us to really accomplish our goals, me and Atlas, we have to do this more often. Like, there's probably gonna be a lot more cons, which means we're gonna do this more often, and it's not going to, we're not gonna always have a billion months, so we have to get, like, our routine down and get used to this, but because this is only the second time we've done this, it still feels like this, you know, big event, and, I don't want this to be like a big event. I want this to feel really normal, but it just can't feel normal until it becomes normal. It's still only the second time, you know? And I want to get this other video in. Luckily, I'm making pretty good time. I'm like inches away from finishing the other work thing that I promised that I would get done before Wasteland Jamboree, so that before that I didn't have, I mean, I still have some stuff looming over my head, but yeah, can you guys hear the fan? Hi, I'm here, and yes, it was an emoji. I think it's part of the ones for YouTube because it wasn't in my phone apps. Well, then YouTube needs to get it together because I'm not seeing it in OBS or in the YouTube window. I just see the little loading symbol. Cool. I wonder if there's like some gate or something that is applied to my, Another quick question. How do y'all feel about, what if I did this stream, okay, so now I do the stream 5:30 Pacific time. What if I did it at noon instead? Would y'all still be able to make it if I did it at midday? Because the original reason I picked 5:30 was, honestly, I looked at my YouTube video information, and this was the peak viewing time of the YouTube videos that people were watching. But now that I've been doing this for a while, I just have so much more energy during the day than at night. I'm not sure if it's good for my circadian rhythm or whatever. And also, I was talking last week, or maybe it wasn't. Maybe it was just the other day when I did the Silent Hill stream. Can make it at 3. So in theory, if I like started at noon or 1, then you would like come in like 2 hours later. And also people watch the VODs. I mentioned either last week or a couple days ago that I'm prepping for some changes, but I'm still working out the details of how that's gonna go. And it's kind of cool because it looks like it's gonna like overlap my 40th birthday. Like when there's something so cool about that timing. It's like the ultimate New Year's, me turning 40 and having to live this 40 plus. And I'm also gonna see how I feel at Wasteland Jamboree. Oh, I'm so nervous that I'm gonna get, like, I mean, it's not that I get sick, but I get tired. But I have compression socks, and I should have another compression waistband to see if that helps with my fainting, dizziness, energy issues. Oh my gosh. There's so much happening. I don't know if I would start at 3, because no matter what happens, at 5 o'clock, I have to stop. But I guess I could. Your chats are coming through. You said you cannot hear the fan, and you said that you can make it at 3. I feel like I'm responding to what you're saying. Are you saying more things that I'm not seeing? I see, I cannot hear the fan. I can make it at 3 for sure. And are my chats coming through? I thought I was responding. Why do you think I'm not seeing them? And I'm gonna have, okay, so I have like a couple more of that little work things, a couple Wasteland Jamboree prep, and then also, because not everything I'm typing is coming up. Oh, well then I guess not. If you said anything other than the things I just said. For half an hour or so, then off to in-laws to take them to Vigil Mass, which starts around 1:30 your time, 4:30 here in Ohio. Okay. Peg, what do you want? What do you want? Normally I put her in the other room, but because of it being weirdly warm in here, I want more airflow in here. And now she's standing by the door staring at me like she wants to go outside. But why? You went out and you ate. What do you want from me? I'm not going to open the door because it's going to mess with my light and my audio. Or will it? If you can't hear the fan, maybe I can't open the door. A lot of weird, random stuff is happening. Oh, now she's ugh, demanding little whopper. As long as ADHD doesn't forget the time change, I'd still tune in. Turn on your notifications. What do I do about this dog? Ugh. Okay, I'm gonna put you in the crate then. The internet calls to me now. I have to serve my internet. I have to serve my public. Come on. Here you go. Oh. This is my first time not wearing a Fallout shirt for the Fallout stream. I'm wearing my Caleb from Big Mouth shirt. I actually designed this shirt. Obviously, like, I mean, I kind of did the art in the sense that I drew over it, but if you ever watched the show Big Mouth, this is like my favorite autistic TV moment of all time when he writes Jim Wall on the gym wall and says, "Now people know." So I thought it would be really funny to make a t-shirt that said t-shirt on it, where he says, "Now people know it's a t-shirt." It's hilarious. In the actual, like, scene, it's, like, against white, so I had it as a white t-shirt, but I just didn't like it as a white t-shirt, so I printed it on this tie-dye instead, even though it's not really what it looks like on the show. Which isn't very autistic, because it's not very accurate. Cool, I just turned off the fan and put the dog away, so hopefully I'll just get the airflow from the other room. So what should we do first? Okay, so the icebreaker question today is, this week's video, I'm gonna do a Fallout video this week, and this video, I'm really curious how it's gonna turn out. But you know, it's funny. Not that I think maybe it was last week. I didn't even know what I was gonna do, and then all of a sudden I had that idea, to do the topic that I ended up doing. But this one, I kind of knew what I wanted to do, which is the surface is the experiment idea, sort of exploring the just how much that really, like, stimulated my curiosity, that idea. And I really feel like it's going to be one of those things where when I sit down and start working on it, all the ideas are going to just sort of pour out and it's going to come together. But I was working on another project for most of this week, along with, you know, doing therapy. And I went to this women's attunement thingy do, and preached some Fallout to these non-nerd women because the quote, Wilzig's quote, was so relevant to the topics that we were discussing in this workshop. And yeah, you guys would be so proud of me. On the fly, without reference, just from memory, that whole Wilzig quote that I put the clip from in the most recent video, I can recite the whole thing from, you know, Vault Dwellers are an endangered species out here, all the way to, well, you still want the same things when you become a different animal altogether. So, I made our people very proud. So, I'm kind of itching to work on that. If I wasn't streaming, I would be working on the script for the new Fallout video. But I really like when we have, like, our brainstorming sessions. Well, I guess I should do it. Wait, I would do my best to make it in the earlier time, but the evening works perfect for you. Noted. Maybe I'll keep doing this time. I mean, there does seem to be some quirks with doing it earlier. I would just start earlier, but I have noticed people care about being here for the whole thing more than I would. Like, when I'm watching another streamer, I'll just, I'm just happy to be live with them, and I'm happy to catch them if they're still on. But people, like, want to see the whole stream, and if they miss it, they'll watch the VOD, which is crazy to me. Because to me, the being live and connected is the thing of value. It's not like it's quality content. Like, but people like my company. I'll take it. I'll take it. When put under immense psychological pressure, people often turn on each other, often failing to recognize simple solutions, like refusing to sacrifice anyone in Vault 11. Yeah. All right, all of that was like the lead into the icebreaker question. Is, this idea of the surface is the experiment, the idea that there are truths that are revealed despite the experiment is the idea that is very intriguing to me. The idea that, from Hank's perspective, the vaults are protecting something real. Like, there's so much. It's kind of a shock when you realize, just how much humanity is just being manipulated all the time. Especially nowadays with, I don't want to go into too much detail because it might be fodder for the video, but I just had another idea that maybe I shouldn't say aloud, that I should write in my notes. So without me, giving away anything that could be good content, I want to hear from y'all about the idea of truths happening within lies, truths happening among lies. Do lies justify, if they create certain truths? We still don't totally know what experiment is going on in Vault 33. We still don't really know why everybody went crazy in Vault 32. I'm really hoping it's not just a ripoff of, not a ripoff, but like the same story as Silo. I think there's some people here who watch the show Silo, but in the show Silo, something happens that seems like it was very similar to whatever happened in Vault 32. Oh my god, and my rewatch that I've been doing of the show with my friend, it's really shining a light. Like, I've almost watched it too many times where there are like unanswered questions or interesting things that have popped up, but because I've seen it so many times, I almost have to pay extra close attention, especially anything going on in the vaults. And things just sort of tend to wash over me. And it's nice to be watching it with a friend who, I think he saw it a long time ago, but he didn't pay that close attention. He, like, forgot most of it. Like, he watched, like, the first season when it first came out. And he's asking questions, and I'm like, ooh, you're right. I actually don't know the answer to that. And I should add it to my list. So I have this sort of sloppy list of unanswered questions that I'm sort of just keeping an eye on. And then maybe before, like, when season 3 is imminent, I'll revisit those unanswered questions and do a video of that. And I also want to tell you guys, I've been talking for ages about doing it. I need to write that idea down before I forget it. Shit. Okay, anyway, I've been saying for ages that I want to go back to all my old Fallout videos, my Fallout TV show videos, and make, like, a director's cut compiling all of them together, and I kind of started poking around with that, and the reason I didn't is the audio is so bad. In the most recent video, I cut to a clip of a previous video where I was talking about lying, and you hear, like, the audio quality suddenly change, And I was like, this is a good opportunity for me to try to fix the old audio to make it match my new higher quality audio. And I couldn't match it. I couldn't make it, it still sounds bad. And so I'm like, I still want to do the director's cut thing, but what I might actually do is like re-record it or something, but then that seems like too much work and unrealistic that I'm actually gonna do it. Like, I really want that director's cut to exist, but I don't know. The audio thing really bugs me. Controlling the environment, sound, air, and media is sufficient to break down individual sanity and social order. Think Vault 92. I may have rushed and not understood the assignment. No. I mean, I think that you're adjacent. I think what you're saying is worth saying. Like, I still, like I said, it's kind of a nebulous concept, kind of intentionally, because I'm kind of looking to see how you guys tie it together. Theory that there's nothing stopping them from, in the future saying there's a moon base, but mostly it gave me the idea that maybe the true observation station for the surface experiment is being observed from the moon or in space. So this is Vault 92. I assume Vault 32 was a silo-like situation. But also, like, what triggered it? What made them turn... Was there another Canadian? Heaven forbid. In the Fallout TV show with Vault 32, we have to keep in mind that the longest between the last communication was 3 years. Good catch. Icebreaker. A truth exposed by Vault Tech lies are: 1. Too many people are too comfortable giving up personal autonomy for safety. Yeah. Vault 11 in particular, most people have a point. Oh, Vault 11 is my favorite vault. I'm gonna make a note of that too. Vault 11 trips me out. I think about it all the time. How... I mean, we talk about this before with pre-war money, right? Like, every time we see pre-war money, it shines a light on how money isn't inherently valuable. It's only valuable because we all agree it is. And there's so many destructive things in our society that we all agree this is destructive, this is a problem. And yet we continue to participate. And if we all decided to change it, we could. But we'd have to all agree on how we're changing it and what we're changing it to. And that is the problem with this very individual obsessed society that we have. It is we're all like looking at ourselves and our own families and our own issues, and we don't feel like we're a part of a collective. We don't feel like we're a part of a team. We just, they're them and we're us. My favorite point that I ever made about this was Lucy's finger versus the air. Cut off Lucy's air, she dies. Cut off Lucy's finger, she lives. And yet we feel more stronger responsibility to our fingers than we do to the air. Vault 11 is very wild. By wild, I mean thought-provoking. Yes. And that is what makes Vault 11 so thought-provoking, is it really shines a light on, you could have stopped this at any time. You could have said no at any time. Why didn't you? And I think about it a lot processing my own shit, because, you know, a lot of people who've been in like abusive situations, if you look at it, like a lot of the messaging is people don't like looking back and going, I could have done something different, because then that creates shame. You know, I'm ashamed that I didn't, that Dorothy could have tapped her heels 3 times and gone home the whole fucking time. The whole movie. She could have done it. And when and Glinda tells her that, she's like, why didn't you tell me? And Glinda says, you wouldn't have believed me. And I think it's really important, looking back, to figure out a way to sort it out in your head, to see what you could have done without shaming yourself for it. Because if you don't recognize that you could have done something different, then you didn't really learn anything. You just think you're a victim tossed around by fate. And a lot of people, there's like these extremes where people either refuse to look at the truth because they refuse to see that they were overpowered, because that's scary, or they refuse to see the opposite, that they could have done something different because there's too much shame. But the truth is always somewhere in the middle, you know? You were overpowered and you didn't know any better and you did the best you could at the time. But now that you know better, you see what you could have done. It's sort of like a kind of backwards butterfly effect. So, the idea of the butterfly effect is that if you go back in time and you step on a butterfly, that tiny act could change a gazillion things about the future. It could change human history in wild ways because that tiny act, because of how interconnected every single thing is. So we look at that and we get that concept of, because the butterfly could be connected to a million things, you have no idea how the tiniest act could change the future forever. But people rarely take that idea into the present and go, every single tiny thing that I do matters. In ways that I might not be in history books, my ego might not get credit for it, but I am a necessary and fundamental piece of the collective, the universe, the earth, humanity as it is right now, and a million decisions, countless, infinite decisions, had to happen exactly as they happened. Like, in terms of probability, every single human being is a miracle. A totally improbable miracle. We just don't notice because we're not putting value on every single miracle. We're always putting value on things in context. But it's always context. Pre-war money is useless. It's just cloth in the wasteland. But that same exact object has, in a different context, social surrounding, has a whole lot of value. You're not wrong, but I feel like I should point out that with Vault 11, they had no reason to think what they were told was a lie. Well, the question, you can always question whether or not you're being told a lie. And what ended up making them make the different decision? It wasn't whether or not it was a lie, it was their morality. You know? What Vault 11 points out to us is, are you confusing a directive with reality? Just because you're being told to do something by an authority doesn't mean it's an objective fact. Oh, I made a system. Why would you believe that everyone... Why would you believe... Yeah, why would you? Why would you? If you've seen the movie The Truman Show, why would Truman ever suspect that his life was a TV show? That concept was completely outside of... and there's a great line in that movie. He says, people accept reality as it's been presented to them. But who's presenting that reality? I mean, look at how many people in our society right now treat dictionary definitions like physical laws, forgetting that human beings wrote the dictionary. They're trying to get you to zoom out. And examine. I like the word examine more than question, because you can drive yourself crazy questioning everything, but examine what you take for granted. Because you could easily say, why would you question it? But you could also say, why wouldn't you question it? Why aren't you questioning it? The only evidence we see for sure for Vault 32 are signs of cannibalism, half of the vault being tortured and the other half trying to break through the Vault 31 door. Was there signs of cannibalism? And there are people killing themselves. I remember that. I don't remember cannibalism, though. Which led to the theory that there was a civil war and that the fake story that the raiders used to get to 33 about the Blight might have been true. Civil war about the Blight. Yeah, because I remember, like, Norm walks in, and he's like, whatever happened here happened a long time ago. And also maybe somebody who knows more about body decomposition. How long, what are the thoughts here about how long ago the problem in 32 happened? Like, how long ago did those people die? Because another thing that was interesting was the Raider says to Norm, he doesn't say, like, something horrible happened in there. He says, like, whatever they were up to wasn't innocent. So not just that there was, like, an uprising because people wanted the truth or something, but, like, that there was something shady that they would have discovered happened in 32. Well, there were signs in Truman Show for Truman to see what was real. He had pattern recognition that revealed he wasn't living in the real world. Truman started to see stuff because they were fucking up, like the lights fell and stuff. He didn't, like, figure it, he figured it out because they made mistakes. And I feel you're kind of bypassing the point. The point isn't that they should have known better. Like, I'm not shaming Vault 11. In fact, you're that's kind of how do I put this? There is the point is reality as it's presented to you is always limited, and to be humble, you know, about reality as it's being presented to you. Like, not that you, like, should have known better. Ugh. Every single person at every point in human history is doing the best they can with the information available to them. At all times. Everyone is doing the best they can. If you see broader than the person in front of you, then from your perspective, it's going to be like an example of this I was just thinking about the other day. Everybody is wrong. Everybody, like, all of us, like, half of what we believe is wrong. And the best way to make that point is think about any human being that, like, existed. Think about how many humans in the history of the world didn't understand that the king was just a dude. Like, they thought he was chosen by God. That's the reality that was presented to them. And everybody else believed that the king was chosen by God. Like, all these guys on battlefields, gutting each other and getting gutted, never stopped and went, what if the king's just a guy? You know? We know the king was just a guy. And that was very, very silly that so many people slaughtered each other over whose imaginary friend was bigger. Because we have that hindsight as 2020. And then when we see that, we can learn to, like, not take things at face value and to see what's really going on because we have the new information, right? So if we don't acknowledge that they had the power that they didn't know that they had, then we didn't learn anything to continue human history. You know? It's not about that they should have known better. It's about how easy it is to not know any better. and for that to keep you agile and humble. If I had to speculate on 32, I'm betting a member of the Overseer's family saw something. And also, if somebody that has a broader perspective says, if a Galileo shows up and is like, actually, this is how the Earth and the Sun work, to not go, he's crazy! You know? To recognize the limitations. Not... am I making any sense yet? I'm not saying that they should have known more. It's that if you don't recognize... Dorothy would have never thought to tap her heels together 3 times. Nobody brought up that idea, but she still could have. She just didn't know. I was just trying to see it from the point of view of the people in Vault 11. I do see your point, and I don't disagree. I'm only saying something. The info isn't there. I feel like if you understood what I was saying, you would understand how irrelevant your point is. And distracting it is. You are, but I think I'm not fully clear. I think you're distracting from the point I'm trying to make. It's like, what if I was saying, like, you know, what if I said, like, apples grow on trees, and you were like, yeah, but blueberries grow on bushes. I'm like, yeah, but that's not what we're talking about. Mm. Like, we're all in a Vault 11 where there is information that we don't have access to that is relevant to the experience that we're currently having. So, if you're talking about Vault 11's perspective, then that's the bridge there. The tragedy of Vault 11 is that they were operating with this limited information, and how once you see what they didn't see, you see how tragic that is. And it reminds us that there's stuff going on outside of, like, the reality that's being presented to us. And no one today would believe their leader was chosen by God. The king is just a dude! Like, right now... I mean, I can't help but always think about gender when this stuff comes up, right? There's so many people out there that are like, a man, XY chromosome, penis, a woman, XX vagina, right? And now there's like this big gender revolution happening now. That's like, actually it's more complicated than that. And they're like, no. Reality as it's been presented to me, in my vault, says that this is what a man is and this is what a woman is. And when people outside of that framework go, hey, turns out the king is just a guy. Hey, it turns out that you didn't have to kill each other this whole time. Then they go, no, that's my reality. And so the question isn't that they should have known. It's that it's a reminder that there's stuff going on outside of reality as it's been presented to you. I may be wrong, but it sounds to me like omitting context is the easiest way to generate a lie because there's a still grain of truth left. Also, people that don't question for or search for context are easiest to fool. Yeah, I mean, I always think it goes to, like, ego identification and attachment. Also, like, how much are they benefiting from the lie? Not just benefiting in terms of it making them rich, or it making them, you know, get high, or get some sort of rush, but they think their survival depends on it. If somebody thinks their survival depends on, you know, reality working a certain way, and then you go, it actually doesn't work that way. Like, let's say they're royalty, and they think the king is not just a dude, that he is chosen by God, and the belief that the royal family is chosen by God is what, their nervous system is totally regulated to that idea. Then they're going to... This goes back to in the recent video, I said something like, people have this ridiculous talent, or like there's a limitation of the human condition, that something not existing and something being outside of their conscious awareness is the same thing. So if you if their survival is tied to an idea, like they're the royal family and that their family is chosen by God, and then there's evidence that they weren't really chosen by God, then they need that information to go away. So they will shoot the messenger, or they will bury that information, or they will, you know, obscure it, like, and then they don't have to deal with it because it went away, and they can pretend that it didn't happen. And I see really depressing examples of this all the fucking time. All the fucking time. And it's really, 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 like, tragic. And I think in the case of Vault 11, had somebody, you know, found evidence that they didn't really have to kill each other in that vault, if somebody had discovered that, then the shame of participating in that system and killing all those people for no reason all of this time would be so fucking horrific. And I think that's basically at the end. I don't think all three of them kill themselves, but I think a couple of them do. Because they can't deal with that they were doing that this whole time when they didn't have to. And I think it's happening in a lot of our culture right now, where, you know, like, take a family that, you know, disowned their gay child or something because they just, you know, thought that they were defying something absolutely unholy. And now we live in this culture where, you know, gay people are coexisting and it's fine and it's not a crisis and all of that. Then they're not going to want to deal with the fact that they disowned their child for no reason. So they're going to double down on that decision. So I guess the moral of the story is, I guess, to forgive yourself if it turned out that you were making decisions in a box, and the importance of updating your meaning-making map when you see that there was more going on than you thought that there was. Because it's an inevitability. Like, all of us, in one way or another, are attached and aligned with a reality that generations from now, they're going to look at us and go, oh my god, they were so stupid. Why didn't they just do this? They didn't know. We didn't know how to break free out of capitalism. We didn't know how to handle having the internet and having all this information. There's so many things. And once we do find the information, we're going to learn how to do better. And we're going to feel kind of silly for doing it the way we've been doing it. But we don't know how to live differently yet. But just because you don't know how to live differently yet doesn't mean that there will never be another way to live, that there will never be another way for humans to live. And when those new ways of being, those new ways of living, the truth outside of the experiment starts to, our consciousness expands, we can't be so ashamed and attached to how we didn't know any better to not embrace the new intel. With media, advertising, vault tech, etc., controlling context is virtually the same as controlling truth. Yeah, because what people know and what they and what reality is according to them is the same to the brain. You know, like, you could use manifestation as an example too. Like, people are like, oh, they think if they're creating vision boards and telling themselves this over and over again, that they're manifesting new things in their reality. But it's not. It's just confirmation bias, etc., etc. But from the perspective of the individual, manifesting a new thing in reality and noticing a thing in your reality that you wouldn't have noticed before is the same thing. Nobody, like we all think we're seeing reality, but everyone is only seeing their perception of reality. And the truth is always going to be bigger than your perception of reality. Do I watch The Boys? I watched like the first, like, I think season and a half, and then I got bored. Bored / annoyed. Like, it was too close to real life. Like having actual Nazis, and not like something that was a metaphor for Nazis, was like distracting. But I think there's a lot of stuff in there. I'm going to be careful saying this. I related to Homelander a little bit. Not as much as Silco from Arcane, but sympathize is not the right word. He's monstrous, but I understood very much why he was the way he was. You know, speaking as a person who... My company, the people that I grew up and surrounded myself with, like, really wanted me to be a narcissist. Like, the examples that I was set of, like, in my life were very much like, narcissism wins. If you want to win, be a narcissist. And if you aren't a narcissist, you're going to have everything taken from you. You're going to be rammed over. And that's actually a really good example of me having to learn the lesson of my personal life experience. Weren't we talking about this during the Silent Hill stream? We were talking about, like, my bad experiences with hospitals and nurses, and how, like, if I judged all nurses based on my own personal experience, then I would think they're all monsters. But I have to remember that my personal experience, even though it is natural for you as a person to, and totally reasonable to base what you expect from your future based on your past, it's still your past. If you, like, always have bad experiences with a certain group of people, that doesn't necessarily mean that the group of people objectively is this way, you know? So, wherever you go, there you are, right? So if you're constantly having these same mistakes and these same issues, you look at it like, I'm learning about the world versus I'm learning about myself. A mistake I made in the past was, the world is this way. The world responds to me in this way. Therefore, its responses are telling me this thing about me, that I deserve to be treated this way, that I deserve to be punished this way, that this is the way the world treats people who are like me. And it took me a long time to figure out that the reason wherever you go, there you are, and these problems kept following me, was because of the company I was choosing, the people I was choosing. That I could choose different people, you know? And if I chose different people, I wouldn't have these narcissism-affirming results all of the time. I was just raised with narcissistic values and taught to chase people who had narcissistic values, and I kept seeing these narcissistic sort of vampire theater plays. I have to say this before I pop up. I saw Anthony Starr Homelander still with his hair blonde and wearing that particular glasses, and I'm like, oh my god, that's Arcade Cannon! Ha ha ha! I'll take it. He's a lot like the celestial dragons before they get actual life experience and see where that takes them. Homelander is a good example of being who he is because of growing up in a box. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying. That is exactly what I'm saying. And that's why, like, if you look at it from Homelander's perspective, dare I say, Homelander is a product of Vought. Hate him, but he'd not get there alone. He was thinking of the boys when the comments were made about controlling the message to help control reality. Yeah, I mean, he was psychologically tortured and told that the justification of that torture was that he was this important. And so when he came out into the world, he feels entitled to be treated like he's that important because it's the only thing that justifies what he went through. And if he's not really that important, going right to the whole ego identification with that reality and how hard it is to, like, you could tell him all day, like, it is so, sunk cost fallacy is really fucking powerful. Like, this is something that I'm kind of in the process of dealing with, like, with my own background. Is a part of me is like, my God, my mom, I wish she would just wake up and see that life could be so much better if she didn't hang on to this toxic narrative that's tortured her. But if she faced that, she'd have to face that the first, I don't know, however, like 60 years of her life were wasted. Okay? And I'm coming up on 40, and it's hard enough for me to accept that the first 40 years of my life were quote unquote wasted. You know, going back to the whole idea of the relating to the people in Vault 11. I hope that Fei Jun isn't mad at me. I feel bad. But like just like the Vault 11s, going back to like if you're talking about like looking at Vault 11's point of view, I had no idea that I was, you know, in this box being experimented on, and there weren't clues. I didn't know any better. I had no reason to question it. And then when I got the reasons to question it and started to question it, I had to confront that I, quote unquote, didn't have to kill the overseers in my life. That I was manipulated. That I was psychologically mangled. But I'm circling back to your point because I still feel like I don't know. I still felt like that was weird, and I love you, and I want you to feel heard. I had to confront, like Vault 1, like I didn't have any clues, I didn't know any better, but a part of knowing better is seeing that, like Dorothy, I could have tapped my heels together the whole time. The thought didn't cross my mind. Nobody introduced me the concept of but one of the reasons why, you know, people have trouble grappling once they find out, oh my God, you could have tapped your heels together 3 times the whole time, is because of like the element of shame. And a part of, you know, like it's hard, but it's necessary for me to sort of grapple with, I know better now. You know, I know better now. And I also learned an important lesson about how enclosed I might always be at all times. You know, so many people lived full lives thinking that the king was chosen by God and that he wasn't just a guy. So many people. And I also, there's an element of also just not wanting to be one of those people. Like, you know, I've always been sort of interested in the topic of cults. And something that always comes up with, like, cults and abuse is, like, something that always comes up is, how could they be so stupid is sort of the vibe that people have. Because they see what's going on the outside, and they're like, people really want to believe they would never fall for something like that. But the more time goes by that I'm outside of the quote-unquote cults that I was in, the psychological cults, now I see that there were more clues there than I thought. And that's humiliating. It is humiliating. Like, there are people who probably saw what I was doing publicly, because I've always been pretty shameless. I've always been like, I'm gonna get on the internet and say what I think about everything. Who are looking at me going, oh my God, that's so embarrassing. She doesn't know. You know, like when people, you know, met my abuser who weren't wounded enough that she could kind of sink her claws in. And this is something I kind of want to warn people about. You know, like, that idea, if you're dating somebody, you want to introduce them to your family and friends and see what they think. I am not sure if that is as good of advice as introduce them to your acquaintances. Not your family or friends, because it's family or friends, then they're gonna have, there's gonna be noise, there's gonna be bias. You know, there's gonna be more pressure to, oh, you're dating this person, and I want to be supportive, or the opposite, where I'm, you know, a toxic person in your life and I'm gonna knock everybody that you're dating and be suspicious because, you know, you're daddy's little girl and I don't want you dating somebody. You know, there's too much noise, there's too much bias. But see how people who don't have that much skin in the game, just like average people, like there used to be a bar that I used to go to. My housemate's bar that he co-owns. And the people that I just randomly kind of chit-chatted with at the bar, when they met my keeper, or anybody in my life at that level, just acquaintances, later, when the friendship blew apart, I always hear one of two things that they said about this person that I heard over and over and over again from people at the acquaintance level. And I heard this over and over again from these people before the friendship ended. And I didn't know it was a clue yet, because I hadn't had my perspective expanded yet. What I heard over and over and over again was she seemed snotty or bratty, or like she was like above things. Or I don't think she liked me. Like basically people with more like kind of confidence who can kind of see through people's shit were like, you know, she's a snot, she's a mean girl, she's a Regina George. But people who are a little bit softer and tend to sort of internalize blame for the way that people treat them were like, she doesn't like me. So it's probably the same vibe that she was giving to all of the above. This snotty, bratty thing. And another friend of mine, somebody who was actually closer to me, watched a class that me and this person taught together and said, she's like demeaning you and kind of stepping over you and talking over you, and you don't seem to notice, you know? Because I normalized it. I accepted reality as it was presented to me. Like, I did think she was kind of bitchy about stuff, but I didn't see like the death by a thousand cuts sort of normalizing. And then like once you're out of it, and hindsight is 2020, and you look at it and you go like, oh my god, it's really hard not to be really embarrassed, to be really, really ashamed that you were like walking around and presenting yourself in public with this person thinking that everything was fine. And especially being autistic, you know, I'm looking back at like high school and I'm like, oh my god, was she laughing at me? Was she making fun of me behind my back? Like, I thought this was my best friend. Like, what else? And I think it's one of the reasons why she was so nasty to me at the end, because I think after the years gone by, she started to feel guilty. You know? I watched this really interesting video. Yeah. I watched this really interesting video of, somebody who, you know, used to be really toxic, but they seemed very autistic. Like, they had a brain crash similar to mine, and then they were, like, confronting sort of the toxic coping mechanisms that they did. And a lot of times, you know, because I have, like, my evil dark side, I look at this stuff and I relate to it and I see myself in it. But, you know, there's a lot of things that I obviously saw about my keeper that were just kind of theories, because it was, like, a level of toxicity that I wouldn't engage in. And I had this theory that I touched on in my Johnny Silverhand Cyberpunk 2077 video on my Dinstopia channel. And this is something that, even in my most toxic phases, isn't something that I've ever done, I don't think. But it's just me connecting the dots of the way that my keeper and other like toxic people have behaved, and the way I suggest that Johnny Silverhand behaves in Cyberpunk, is that when an abuser abuses you, and it works, and this is not like a psychopath or a sociopath, this is like a narcissist. Like, and a primary difference between a narcissist and like a psychopath sociopath is narcissists do feel ashamed of what they're doing. They're not like, psychopaths and sociopaths are just like, they don't feel shame or guilt or remorse, and people are just sort of entertainment, and they're not acting that way. They're acting the way that they do because it gives them like dopamine. They're bored if they don't do like horrific stuff, you know, overpowering people, because they don't empathize with people properly, so they don't have that natural stopper. But narcissists do. They're very ashamed of what they're doing to you, and if you bring it up, it goes back to that thing like, if I ignore it and push it out of my reality, then it's not a part of reality, right? So, I had this theory that, like, the more you fall for their abuse, then they hate you even more because they're ashamed of what they did to you and they're watching you suffer. So, like, the more you cry and weep and say you hurt me and you did this, and the more you try to hold them accountable, you keep thinking if you are a normal person, you know, doesn't have like this kind of a disorder, you expect they're going to have compassion for you, that eventually they're going to see what they're doing and they're going to feel compelled to stop, but they're mad at you for making them feel guilty then. So it's like the more she would see the damage that she was doing, the more damage she would do. And it's now it's like the shadow behind her is just getting longer and longer. And I think the longer the shadow gets, and this goes into that whole sunk cost thing, the more resistant she's going to be to wake up and the more dangerous she's going to be. Because this is somebody who can't even handle like slight embarrassment. Like slight vulnerability. Admitting having a crush on somebody. Like no vulnerability at all. If you can't admit, you know, something imperfect about yourself that's that small, then how are you going to be able to face the fact that you tortured somebody for decades? There's just no way. There's just no way. That's why I kind of have to mourn the loss of my mother too, because I'm like, at this point, if she confronted that she could have tapped her heels together the whole time, and all the damage that she's done, their minds would collapse. Like my mind collapsed over way less. Way less. And so what this video that I saw, this person kind of confronting their toxicity said, totally confirmed what I'm saying. She was talking about, you know, she's a YouTuber and like basically her old persona is how she built her audience. And then she was sort of confessing, I got to a point that I resented my audience because my tricks worked on you, is what she said. And I was like, there it is. I'm right. There it is. They, like how depressing. It's like if the tricks don't work, they feel afraid because the only way they know how to survive isn't working. But if the tricks do work, they're mad that they have to do these horrible tricks on people to function and survive. It's a horrible way to live. So much suffering. What a horrible way to live. I'd rather be vulnerable. I'd rather be embarrassing. And so I am. So now we are, that is kind of tends to be what happens, isn't it? The first hour is when I talk for a while, and then we can switch to Fallout 4. How am I doing? Is everybody cool? I still feel like, I don't know. I feel bad. I want everybody to have a good time all the time. The tiniest thing happens. That is the weird thing that I've come to accept about my brain, is that I, totally understand the hindsight after a not so good relationship. But that embarrassment, being able to feel that embarrassment is still feral cool over here. Is such an important character trait, and it's kind of funny. I was actually talking to Atlas about how yay, everybody's cool. Okay, good. Everybody's like interested and engaged, and I'm not talking. I feel vulnerable right now. I feel embarrassed. Okay, Faye June is cool. You're the one that I probably feel the worst about. That wasn't very well said. You're the one I feel worst about because you were like talking to me, and I was I don't know, I wanted to make sure that you felt heard. This is the crux of my existence, is I don't care what people think of me, but I care desperately how I make people feel. And that comes off like I care what people think of me. Lena Dunham, you guys know who that is, from did the TV show Girls back in the day, and just wrote a book and is everywhere right now. She's also turning 40. She's 2 months older than I am. I saw an interview that she did on like the interview YouTube, and she said something like that, oh my god, resonated so much. She's like, all I want is to say whatever I want and have it not hurt anybody. And I was like, oof, right in the mood. That's exactly it. Is I'm dying to just express what I really think about things all the time. But there are consequences to doing that hurt people. And you can't have it both ways. You can't be just unfiltered and not have there be consequences when you say the wrong thing that it doesn't. Another thing that I said in the most recent video, there's no way to pick your words so carefully that they are received exactly as you intended it. And I don't feel good about posting that comment. And it's really hard because the ideas that I'm the most interested in talking about are the ideas that feel like they're the most worth saying are the ideas that are most likely to like they don't seem worth saying unless there's a chance that it's gonna push into people. Will I ever strike that balance? I don't know. Alright, let's open the game. I'm gonna mute this one. My God, why do I feel so embarrassed and vulnerable right now? And the viewers are now at 5. It's like people can smell my insecurity and then they don't want to watch anymore. Because then they feel like they have to start comforting me. But this is the struggle. To carry emotions by yourself. Or to know what's yours to carry. Raise your words, not your voice. It's rain that grows flowers, not thunder. I always wear my heart on my sleeve. I can't help it. Yeah. Alright, I need to open mod organizer. How did I do this last time? Turn this row. Login failed? What? Makes you feel any better? I don't think it's your fault at all. I drive my sister crazy all the time because I get into discussion mode and get stuck on a single point. And I guess so do I. The less sense I make, so it's not you. Let's share it. Let's say it was both of us. And I just feel like I have more responsibility because it's my stream and... the deal. Do you enjoy this part of the stream? That actually really helps because I'm feeling really insecure right now. Why do I feel like... I don't usually get insecure on stream. Why do I feel so... 4 of us here still haven't smashed that like button. Jump on it, Ferals. Oh, thank you, James Baird. Same for the heart on the sleeve. Not always sure when to filter in social construct. Kind of used to chasing people off without meaning to. Yeah. Relatable. Maybe like once I'm in the game and I'm playing or something, this feeling will sort of buzz off. I'm going to toss up the BRB screen while I get into game switching mode and probably jump up and down and shake off these emotions or something. You guys are great. Thank you. Okay. So I figured out what's bothering me. And maybe y'all can help me. Oops. I should have chat up. So, perfect timing, smoke alarms went off. A 14-year-old wondered if the air fryer toaster oven would dry out a wet sponge. All right! Children. I guess 14's not really a child, but... So... Okay, exit save. So we're gonna get oriented and see. I really was hoping we were gonna build Fish City. Build Fish City tonight, but I'm not really feeling it. But maybe you guys can help me. I long for a brainstorming sesh. I don't feel like this channel provides value. I don't feel like I'm providing value. I feel like I'm just stimming. I'm just an autistic with a special interest stimming. And I'm not creatively satisfied. I don't feel like I'm connecting with people. I don't feel like I'm meeting a need. Fish Stick City because it's just made by sticks. I don't know if we're actually going to do that or not. Where did we leave off with Automatron? Let's talk to Ada. Can I actually level up anything that I'm interested in leveling up yet, or should I hang on to those points? Then it's group stimming. Yeah, I feel like, I'm trying to, like, balance that with, you know, I don't want to be a people pleaser. I don't want to cater to an audience. Do I want blacksmith? Still don't know how to make vans do what I want. I do want fortune finder. Let's do that. Funky Death Claw reminding you to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. But like and subscribe to what? This channel just feels so lost. I think that the every 2 weeks thing, maybe after Wasteland Jamboree I'll go back to every week. I don't know. Because I gotta make money. But I feel like doing it every 2 weeks is, it's I felt like I was really, like, locked into something that I feel, like, out of sync with now. I don't know. Did anybody hear about the werewolf influencer? Their online handle is like and subscribe. Heyo. I wouldn't say it's stimming. You share your insights with us the same as your videos do, just not all about Fallout as the topic. But maybe it should be. Maybe I should go back to my original plan, which would be to have a, you know, general personal development stuff and get those thoughts out there, and then just really stay focused on Fallout here. Okay, I guess I'll hang on to that point until I'm sure what I want.
Hey, just one more thing, if you have a minute.
What's up?
Just a quick thing. Isabel. That's my name. Isabel Cruz. I just wanted to say I'm really happy, thankful that you've let me stick around here. And in order to show you that I'm done with the past, I want you to have this as a sort of promise, I guess. It's the mechanist suit I made.
Can we make robot armor at the robot workbench? Didn't really give her much charisma and intelligence.
You really don't want it anymore.
No. It's part of a past I don't want to dwell on. It's time I move on. There's one more thing. A much bigger thing. There are still robots out there. Lots of them. My communications are down, and I can't call them back. But I can tell you where they are, if you're interested.
Seriously? How many robots are out there?
Quite a few. There's a lot of ground to cover on the Commonwealth, so there's kind of a whole bunch out there.
Sure.
Great. All right. Yes, I've picked up another one. Shouldn't be too bad, I hope.
Well, you do often compare what you're talking about with a Fallout reference. I mean, what would you even do? We're here because we like interacting with you. That's really all it has to be. Oh, thank you.
Hey.
How may I be of service?
Hey, Ada.
Your return is a relief. I trust the outcome was what you wanted.
You're standing right here. You saw the whole thing.
Would you be disappointed to hear that I let her live?
I do have conflicting outlooks if that is the case. But I trust your judgment. If she lives, she does so with the guilt of what she's done.
I got her to see the truth. She's standing down.
So the mechanist really was misguided. Did she reveal her motives and reasoning?
The robo-brains were responsible. It was their twisted logic that started all this.
A biological wild card. The unknowns are vast. She had to know the risk she was taking by creating them. Many good people endured suffering and death because of the mechanist. It's a shame a mind as brilliant as hers allowed such atrocities to be committed.
She's good at heart. She made a mistake. A big one. And she'll live with that guilt.
I believe I have a certain understanding when it comes to guilt. While it's not the justice I had hoped for, it will suffice. Still, I now know that the death of my friends has brought about a safer Commonwealth. Had the mechanist's robots remained unchecked, I'm certain that damage would have been extensive, halting, if not reversing, any progress that has been made here. With this knowledge, I am finally registering feelings of satisfaction and accomplishment. And I have you to thank for it. Those robo-brains explain how one person could maintain this facility alone. An impressive modification.
I'm not really that satisfied with that ending. But this is a really cool room. Sure, let's destroy a rogue robot, but did I activate the... Let's make the light ugly so I can see. There we go, there's the workshop. But I am not feeling very inspired to build in here, though. We could do the castle tonight. I guess first let's go back to... Sanctuary and drop off crap. Or do we, or should we go back to... Oh yeah, am I still gonna do... I have to make decisions. There are lots of channels that covers just Fallout stuff, but you cover so much more, and those of us here enjoy this channel you've created. Oh, thank you, and the interaction you gave. I didn't build anything in there either, just the bed and workbenches. I mostly just use it as a relay for all my robot caravan. It's just not an very inspiring setting, is it? She's got legs! Thank you for appreciating what I have to give. Can I fast travel out of here because it's a workshop area, or do I have to find an exit? Do I have to go outside? This might be a good setting for me and Atlas to build Atlas Omnicorp silo stuff. If he pops in. Do I have any robot armor on me? Because if I do, I need to drop that off at... Nope. This looks all like stuff I can drop off at Sanctuary. Back where you fought all the robots, there's an elevator to the surface. You'll find your way to me. Maybe I will. I like that Ada is supportive of my junk collection habit. Oh, this is a... I'm gonna stop recording because I don't think I'm gonna be all that entertaining. Like, I don't feel depressed or anything. To the surface! You'll sing what now? Oh, I don't have the thing up. I was gonna do the You're Not Here from Silent Hill 3. Thank you for the super chat. Maybe we should just do the castle. I think I've pulled back all my caravaneers because how do I see the... There was like a thing that would show me... I guess I don't have any, because I don't have any supply lines right now.
Thank you. It's like I can finally think straight.
No problem, Chef. Oh, that thing is still up. Sorry. That's a mistake. I forgot to switch it out. It should be the question. I've taunted y'all with the singing thing multiple times. There's never enough super chats. I probably don't have the spoons? I don't know. Okay, so this is the accessories part. Do I put hats in here? Or is hats in another one? I guess it's not this one. It's bandanas, masks. And clothes are in. There we put hats. This is all clothes. And this is all dog stuff, right? Everything that I can put on a dog. I've said it before, but your varied content thus far reminds me of Generation Tech Star Wars vids, taking a concept within the show, making it relate to real life in different ways that others do. Introspective and thought-provoking stuff. Thank you. Maybe I'll come back from West Virginia feeling really, like, revitalized. Maybe I just need to allow myself to feel a little lost right now. Maybe what you need is the mountain mama? I found out where the Wasteland Jamboree was being held, and I'm so jealous that I can't go. I love Sutton so much. It's a great little town. How far away are you? Oh yeah, I haven't done any of the weapons. Just put them in the workshop because I don't want to think about things right now. I don't want to use the executive functioning. About 3 hours east of Sutton. I'd be there if I could, but life is being difficult at the moment and I can't leave for that long. Yeah. Life is always lifing up the place. That'll do. What do I have in favorites? I feel like a Tesla rifle. Heavy napalmer of the Ghoul Slayer. Oh, it's like the same as the... So maybe I can put the napalmer along. Range 2353. Yeah, so put napalmer along in the thing, because apparently we don't need that anymore. Do I have a... Good night. Oh, wait, do I have... No, I'm thinking of 76. Anybody else like really particular about where you put things in your favorites? I know I am. Why don't we... What do you think, Ada? Should we just take down that... Oh, wait, she's going back down the stairs. Nobody ever enjoys that space up there. I thought I fixed it so people would actually walk up there.
Plenty of folks want to make
Oh, yay!
I'm not willing to
Okay,
stay.
this makes me happy.
A warm spot with a cold beer would be heaven.
Yeah!
I gave up alcohol after settling down here. Doctor said I shot my liver.
Well, that kind of makes me happy.
Next person that asked me to shag is getting a well-placed kick, if you get my meaning. Walking around at night isn't the smartest thing to be doing around here.
Strong want to smash something.
Who's hitting on you in Sanctuary?
It is hard to determine whether the surface is more or less susceptible to outbreaks.
It's nice to take a look at this again.
Never a bad idea.
Just when you think you're safe, you're not. That's how they always get you.
And everybody's got their nice armor on now. Okay, let's take down that robot. I usually just put my different weapons so I can switch between them quickly when I run out of ammo. Yeah, but like I'm so particular about like keeping like the missile launcher type things together and keeping the flamers type like, and if like stim packs are in the same row as like missile launchers, I'm like, that makes no sense. Like consumables have to be together and certain kinds of guns have to be together.
Get him, ma'am. You're destroyed. Violence protocols engaged.
Boom. You hanging in there, Ada?
If you find any spare parts, you be sure to let me know.
Okay, I found spare parts. Is that it? Not gonna point me to anything else? I don't even have to report to the mechanist? Oh, yeah. And then there's the... I'm not ready for that right now. There are side quests. Yup. I guess it's time to do the castle thing. Oh, come on. Have any of you watched the Chris Avallone interview thing? Where apparently there was a PowerPoint of everything that was bad about New Vegas. It's one of the things I don't like about 76 because I can't have many storage boxes. Yeah, I once built a sort of mini mall and sanctuary once, and each type of thing had its own shop. I loved coming up with the shop names, ha, as opposed to just bar. Yeah, I don't really understand why the storage limitations have to be the way that they are in 76. Especially, like, it's hard to believe that they're technical when, like, apparently we can have infinite storage for whatever we buy in the fucking Atom Shop. How interesting. Why can't we just keep storage forever? And then they do things like I don't really understand. Or is it like so people can't cheat or have some sort of, that must have been a very short interview. The Chris Avallone PowerPoint thing, I still haven't watched it, and, for the world's most petty reason. And that is that I am aflame with jealousy of the interviews that Mantis gets to do. Like, the most childish thoughts come out of me, like, he just regurgitates lists of facts that people post to his Discord. What? I'm like trying to come up with this thought-provoking intellectual Fallout content. And I have 3,000 views on a good day. That interview, like Tim Kaine talks about Fallout, generated a bunch of articles. The interview is several hours long. I want to interview people. Just feels so out of reach. I heard of the PowerPoint, but I feel like people dislike Bethesda to the point reductively finding ways to justify that dislike. Yeah, I know. I kind of wish that wasn't true because I'm like, oh god, too many of the worst people are going to have a field day with that. I should just listen to the interview. Grow up.
Time for you to perish. Powering down weapons, ma'am.
You know, I think that also another reason why I might be kind of down is, you know, my neurons are really kind of maxed out with other things right now, and I've talked a few times about how I feel like I'm on the edge of, like, some sort of revolution with my content, and I feel like I'm not gonna feel satisfied until that is done forming in my head. But I can't close the loop because I'm just too busy with other stuff right now. And that might be like sort of that ADHD brain curse where we want to do everything right now. Right now. And I can't do everything right now. And it's going to be really cool, and I'm going to figure it out, but it's really hard for my brain to sort of accept that I can't figure it out right now. And during the interim, while I can't figure it out right now, it feels like things are flying by without me or something. And I guess that's the feeling that the Chris Avallone interview... Like, you can't do everything right now. You have to do things like one step at a time, and I'm doing the one step at a time, and I'm choosing my steps very responsibly. But while I'm doing those one steps at a time, Mantis is interviewing Chris Avallone, you know, and that's just it.
Ain't nothing.
Time to end this.
And I think I'm also, I guess, I don't know, bummed isn't the right word, but, you know, like, during the season, there was, like, this excitement about my channel, and, you know, a lot of you came from that, from the Season 2 content, and I thought that, like, I could hold my position and maintain my uploads, and that the numbers would increase, but it's more like interest is dying down. Like, I'm this one-trick pony that talks about the season while it's up, and even when I'm doing that, the numbers are humble. But then you, like, look at other YouTubers, there's just, it's like I start off with these really strong advantages, and then I don't grow past, like, a certain point. Like, a lot of YouTubers, when they show up and they start a channel, like, they could be getting, like, 300 views for years, and then, like, suddenly blow up like crazy. And I will start off stronger when I start a new project, because I have this really strong advantage with the level of just editing sophistication that I have, and the experience that I have. But there's something that bottlenecks, something that gets stuck, something that gets clogged. And I never get to that next level. And I just, in my heart, in my gut, like, I don't think, I know it's not just the algorithm hasn't blessed me. It feels like there's something clogged in me about what I'm doing. And it has something to do with that not providing value thing. There's, I've talked about it before, like, when I first was, like, kind of brainstorming the future of this channel. That there's something inherently selfish about my content. Like, that I'm just stimming. That I'm just, like, it's like I'm constantly tuning my instrument, but never playing a song. And I just haven't figured it out yet. Battling feeding the algorithm doesn't help either. That seems to be the biggest hurdle that keeps changing randomly. Carpal Snarky is here! How's it going? Exactly. Like, I don't want to cater to the algorithm, but I do want to provide value. There's something unprofessional about what I'm doing. And to a degree, that's a good thing. Like, I don't want to be corporate or anything. And I don't want corporate sponsors. I'm really hoping that I could get to a point where my views would be enough that... Because I live a very humble lifestyle. I don't need a lot of money to live a life that I'm happy with. As long as I'm eating and I like have insurance, my Muggle Matrix needs are taken care of, I'm pretty happy. I don't have kids, so nor do I want any. Maybe I should have bids along the write what you know line, pick apart the cinematics, lighting, shot angles. Yeah. That's definitely something to throw in the pile. I mean, I was a film student. But yeah, whoever else has any ideas like that, I am definitely... But because it's like the providing value thing, I'm totally open to ideas about what you guys want to see. Not necessarily like what you think I'd like doing. I mean, I'm definitely getting you guys are pretty consistent and outspoken about thought-provoking. Thought-provoking is what I do. I provoke thoughts. And I'm definitely paying attention to that. And that's what I'm good at, and it's what comes naturally to me. I know I want to talk about my personal life less. I think that's like a habit. This is the kind of stuff that made me think I was a narcissist. Like, I just think I'm interesting. And so I talk about myself all the time because I think I'm interesting, but I don't think I'm as interesting to other people as I am to myself. And I think I'm interesting because I think I'm just different from other people. I was thinking about this idea earlier today about, like, you know, outside of this, you know, I'm interested in personal development, and something that I've noticed in the world of personal development is that advice that the general population needs, I'm often a person who needs the opposite advice. Like, on the other side of the, you know, like, most people, it seems like, really have trouble speaking up and advocating for themselves and drawing a line. And meanwhile, I kind of over-advocate for myself and kind of need to shut the fuck up. Like, I kind of need to, like, play better with others. Another example that I think about a lot is, it seems like most people really struggle with giving relationships and arrangements enough time. And, you know, people sort of in this, dating app age that we live in, they just swipe for something better, and they kind of, you know, are a little bit too intolerant of basic inconveniences of, you know, being in community with other human beings. Meanwhile, I endure things for decades that are abusive. And, other people don't seem to question themselves enough. I question myself too much. You know, it's, and so because I'm noticing just the ways that I'm sort of the opposite, that contrast will intrigue me. Okay. And then I'll want to talk about it. What's going on over here?
Hey.
This area is under our protection.
Is it now? Oh yeah, also just like gender stuff. That I just am not living in the same reality as other women. Like I was talking to somebody earlier today about how she put no DMs in her Instagram description because she was, and I quote, sick of all the dick pics. Dudes have never sent me dick pics ever. Not even when I look like a girl. I like your channel. I like how I like Mystery Science 3000. I believe that many others feel similarly. And if you can keep believing in yourself, good things will come to you. Thank you. I hope that's right. The personal life thing is an ADHD thing too. We relate to someone by giving an example. Yeah, the problem is most people take that as we're trying to make it about us. Yeah. Totally. That is absolutely a thing. And it turns my brain in knots because it makes me mad because I just disagree with the culture. I'm gonna rant a little bit. I disagree with the culture about this. This culture says talking about yourself is narcissistic and talking about other people is normal. I think it is so much more narcissistic and egotistical to talk about other people. I think it's humble to talk about yourself because then if I'm talking about myself, I'm minding my business. I'm minding my business. Acting like my opinion about other people fucking matters strikes me as so much more arrogant. Is anybody with me on this? I think the world would be a better place if everybody talked about themselves instead of each other all the time. Is that it? Am I crazy? Can I get a witness? I really can imagine why someone purposely gives someone blackmail like that. Why would people send her pictures of people named Richard? Actually, a friend of mine was like, I don't get the dick pic thing because he's a decent guy. I'm like, the dick pic thing is a power thing. They don't expect the girl to be into it. That's not the point. The point is, by the time she has a chance to say no to it, she's already seen it. It's too late. It's micro rape. I'm not a fan of gossip. Exactly. I just don't feel like I have the right to talk about other people. Isn't talking about other people just gossip? Yes. Yes. But on the internet, like, look at even just other Fallout channels. How many successful Fallout channels are just gossip about what Bethesda is doing and what the companies are doing? And this idea that, like, girls gossip and guys don't is a total fabrication. Like, this fandom is overwhelmingly male, and they gossip like fucking schoolgirls. And it's gonna be so bad at Wasteland Jamboree, too. It's gonna be bad at Wasteland Jamboree, too. Like, and now I'm gonna be on guard about it. Because I was so excited in Vegas and so excited to be, because gossip makes you feel like an insider. Like, oh, the cool kids are telling you about these people. And I was so excited about being a part of the Fallout community. And so I would like listen and I'd be like, oh, cool, I got the hot goss. And then, once I got kind of sober, once it calmed down, I was like, this is Mean Girls shit. This is, I don't want to be... I am involved in this fandom to share an interest with people who share that interest. And I don't want to get so excited about social acceptance that I get swept away feeling cool for, like, knowing the inside information. And I got seduced into it so easily. It's kind of one of those, like, hindsight embarrassment things where I was like, I cannot believe how quickly I got scooped up. And I want to have the strength this time that if people start gossiping to me, I'm just going to look at them blankly. Man, I hope it would be cool to be badass enough to, like, look at these people and go, why should I care about that? And just say that. I would feel so cool. Like, just to look them square in the eye and be like, I have no interest in what you're telling me about this person right now. And then just keep staring at them. Oh, so manipulative. Talking about other people is kind of an implication that you know better than they do. Yeah, exactly. Fei Jun, you get it. As it was once said, great minds discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, small minds discuss people. And maybe that kind of goes along with my struggles like finding my place with this channel, is because I see the gossip channels and all of their numbers, and I just have to like stay true to be like, I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that. I don't want to be that. Just take a deep breath, say what you think for real, and wait for the chips to fall. And what's really funny is watching how when you sort of present yourself as not susceptible. Oh yeah, like earlier I was talking about how abusers get mad at you for falling for their abuse. There is kind of a converse that happens, that when people are being manipulative and gossipy and you make it clear that you are not participating, it's very threatening. And then they get kind of nicer to you. Another way to handle gossip is starting to ask why. Why are you telling me this? Yeah, exactly! I've actually seen some, you know, sort of fun advice posts about this. With kind of a similar point of like sort of the spinning it around questions. Like, this is what I've learned. Just don't let people take you on a ride. Don't let people take you on a ride. Like, just do... Like, I've been... This is a part of me that is kind of people-pleasery. Is, like, I'll be so grateful. That's the feeling. Hello, awkward GM Corbin, who I've never seen here before. Welcome aboard. There's these, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I'll be grateful that I'm being, like, invited in. It's like that inner autistic child nerd. Ooh, hey. That, like, I want to participate in the choreography, the gossip social choreography, because I'm just so excited that I'm being invited. And I'll just sort of go along with it, and I know that I'm doing, like, vampire theater choreography, but I'm so grateful that I'm invited that I do it anyway. I need to resist that.
Hey there.
Everyone's here, General. There it is. Pretty impressive, huh? Its real name is Fort Independence, but the Minutemen always just called it the castle. Now you can see why I wanted to take it back.
Definitely. For 600 years old, it's in pretty good shape.
That's right. They don't make them like they used to. We take this place back, people will know we mean business. Our primary objective is to clear the courtyard. That's where we should see the most opposition. The wall on this side is the most exposed. But if we circle around south, we could also reach the main gate.
What are we waiting for? Let's just get in there and shoot those lobsters.
No. If we split up, we can flank them from both sides. It'll be like shooting fish in a barrel.
Why not let them come to us? We set up a firing line on this side and you can draw them out.
Well, General, what do you think?
Does ACAB include Minutemen? I'm embarrassed. What does ACAB stand for? That's why I make it a point to fall short of everyone's standards. Ha ha!
Let's not overcomplicate this. Just get in there and hit them with everything we've got.
If you say so. All right, people. You heard the General. Let's move out. Try not to draw their attention until we're in position.
But yeah, They'll talk bad about you for not meeting their standards. That is, luckily, I'm pretty hellbent at this stage of my life, at fucking 40 years old, that I don't want to be accepted by a social group that requires, certain things of me. So they can talk all the shit they want. That was a lesson hard learned. Like, I have this foundation with this channel. I have y'all. I have my close friends who are not going to be susceptible to gossip. And, like, I do not think that y'all would believe rumors about me. Especially, like, most of you who are here, every fucking week. Like, can you imagine if somebody was like, Lindsay said racist shit at Wasteland Jamboree? You'd be, shut the fuck up. Lindsay said problematic things. Like, ooh.
What's that noise? I knew it.
Oh yeah, Mirelurk time.
Powering weapons.
Oh no, I want this one.
Your destruction is at hand. Make sure you don't leave anything useful behind. Time for you to perish.
Oh, fuck you.
That was amusingly simple.
That's right, Ada.
Ah, fuck you.
Not much to prove after all.
Looks like they've been nesting. We're gonna have to take out these eggs, or they'll be back.
Oh, there's about to be a sentry bot, isn't there?
Old buildings, so the walls are probably full of them.
Sure looks that way. Here's how we're gonna play this. You hold here in the courtyard and take care of any eggs you find. The general and I will clear the walls.
Yes, sir.
Let's do this, General.
The general. That's me. I'm the mechanist and the general now. Also, the line between sharing basic facts in oneself, life when asked, and then getting accused of trauma dumping. That isn't anywhere near what you meant by sharing those basic facts. I'm really avoiding...
Hell yeah!
I try to avoid the term trauma dumping now because it is so shaming. And look, it's really like just recently, like somebody was sharing a bunch of personal stuff with me, and I just set a boundary and was like, I don't think that I can, you know, I actually was really like, I don't think I'm a stranger from the internet. I don't think it's safe for you to share this stuff with me. And then they were like, sorry for trauma dumping. And I was like, oh, heavens, do not say that about yourself. You weren't trauma dumping. Like, I will just straight up say, it's not like, oh my god, you're so annoying because you were dumping facts on me. Like, I literally was like, I'm a stranger from the internet. I don't think it's safe for you to share this stuff with stranger from the internet. Like, it's...
Good riddance. Found them, ma'am. Hopefully, that's the last of them.
Like, I think that a way more constructive way to think about it is, just like I've said in multiple videos, think about, you know, the potential, instead of saying, like, this is a rule, this is bad, sharing this is bad, think about, like, the outcome of the action of sharing that information, the potential consequences, the risks, the, your relationship with that person. Especially, like, when you're neurodivergent, a lot of the time, all you're really thinking about whether or not to share something is whether or not it's true. And that's, like, the only qualifications. If it's true, then I can say it. If it's not true, then I shouldn't say it. But there's so many other things to consider when you're considering what you're sharing with people. It's tough moving to a new place and not knowing what the limits of a potential friend group. There's a difference between oversharing and trauma dumping. Or boundary violation. is another thing. And sometimes you don't know what that boundary violation is unless the person tells you what their boundaries are. Like, if you are sharing stuff and then somebody says, I'm not comfortable hearing that, or I think you're handing me a bag that's a little heavy for me to carry, and then you keep going, then that's a boundary violation and you're oversharing. But sometimes you just don't know until you say it. Don't worry, Lindsay, I've already drafted the apology video script. Your brand is safe with me, even if your common sense isn't. Ha 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 ha. And something that I just really, and because, you know, having like the neurodivergent brain that's all thinking, is it true or is it not? I really fucking underestimated how much people fucking lie. Like, people just make shit up. Like, I can't believe the bullshit that people are comfortable saying. It's bonkers. Like, if I lied, I would be so paranoid about getting caught. I'm writing this thing to sort of, you know, process, you know, that horrible person, that basically, after I finish writing this thing about that horrible person, I'm never going to talk about the horrible person again. Like, it's like a ritual thing. Like, I need to just get this story out of me, and then I'll be satisfied, and I'll stop talking about it. And in this thing that I'm writing, I described this person as being, like, ChatGPT. If you ask this person about something that is in her wheelhouse, in her, like, area of what she's ego-identified as knowing a lot about, and she doesn't know the answer, I literally don't think her brain has access to, I don't know, I need to look that up. I really don't think she can get there. She will just make up something plausible. And then if you say, some reason why that answer doesn't apply to your situation, then you're being argumentative and difficult, and why are you even bothering her with your problems if she can't, you know, spin yarns? If you're not gonna make her feel like an expert, then why are you even asking her? That is your function. You have problems to make her feel like an expert. That is your purpose as an NPC in the video game that is her life. Like, she's mad at you that you had to confront her with the fact that she doesn't know how to help you. And I'm just like, what is wrong with your brain that you can't just say, I don't know? Like, why? Like, there was one example of this where she kept, like, raising the bar with her answers to the point that the answers were contradicting each other. And I basically kind of caught her making shit up, and then I was like, wait a minute. Are you not catching that you said this and this, which are two contradictory things? And then she's mad at you for being difficult. How dare you point out my bullshit? I needed to feel smart and important. If you're not going to make me feel smart and important, don't ask me things. Like, bitch, you could say I don't know. I'm not holding you to this ridiculous standard. You are holding yourself to it.
Safety's off.
Knowledge is like freeform jazz. Oh, I wish Kiwi was here for that. Kiwi and I were just talking about how much he hates jazz. And, like, he was actually kind of talking about what we're talking about. How, like, jazz musicians can be so arrogant about, like, how sophisticated what they're doing is. When it just sounds like chaos. Oh, God!
We've got company.
This is a Meyer Lurk situation. Oh, God.
Time for you to perish.
Actually, this is kind of fun to just... Whoa!
Engaging hostile target.
Oh, God. Oh god, you guys.
That's the last of them.
This person is not alone. They are among a large group of humans who say whatever they think works in the moment for their goals. Objective truth be damned. See, I would be terrified, and this is like why it took me such a long time to face that this person was doing this.
Good work, people.
Oh, you guys are gonna love this. If anybody...
and I are gonna have a look at the radio to see what shape it's in. The rest of you, clear out any remaining Mirelurks or eggs you find.
If you are ADHD or autistic, you're gonna love this fucking bullshit.
Anything left of the old transmitter.
Is, so this is like, this was her tactic, right? So she makes up all this shit. And then, because she's ADHD and I'm autistic, I would catch her in the contradiction, which is what I would be terrified of, which is why I don't lie. And then she'd throw this at me. She'd be like, well, I'm ADHD, so I can't be expected to make sense all the time. And you're autistic, so you have rigid expectations of things making more sense. Like, you know, allistics don't need things to make sense the way that you do. How fucked up is that? Like, how convenient that, like, you're gonna pull out our diagnoses. And it's such horseshit because, y'all... Almost all of my friends have ADHD. Almost all my friends have ADHD. None of them are inconsistent to the point that they fucking gaslight me like that. I don't think us common folk should analyze each other.
See them, ma'am? I'm betting they'll be back.
Well, she has positioned herself uncredentialed as not common folk. She is a coach.
Can you see them, ma'am?
So, she is a professional. Because she announced that she was. That's it! Because she's full of shit. And she just sounds... I learned so much from her about how people can just... They don't have to make sense. They don't have to be consistent. They don't even have to, like, know all the information. If you are calm, confident, poised, and articulate, people will just believe you because it just strikes them as so paranoid and unlikely that a person could just sound really professional and just fucking say shit. But she had that plan. If I caught her, she would just be like, well, it's because you're too rigid and autistic, and I'm an ADHD ball of chaos, and I can say whatever I want. I know too many people who would have bad interactions say, I think that person has undiagnosed autism. I call them out every time because it's fucking terrible. Well, who cares? What does them being autistic have anything to do? Did you know that autistic people are capable of positive social interactions? Like, maybe they have undiagnosed assholism. Maybe you have undiagnosed assholism because you think you can medically diagnose unpleasant social interactions. I love catching contradictions. I like pining them. Undiagnosed assholism. Well, since we can just make stuff up now, I'm diagnosing that person with assholism. And I think one of the things that really, really threatens these people about confident autistic people is we do not care if you think that we're socially unpleasant because we have autism. We don't. We're, like, we are, not subject to the rules of your... Unless there's money and resources involved. Like, I just... Oh, man. As long as there's not money or resources involved. As long as there's not money, resources involved, or I'm hurting someone. Like, actually, like, causing harm. But an allistic person just thinking I'm an asshole, I will just blink at you. I don't care. There has to be actual stakes. You know what being open about my autism has done for my life? It has made me friends with a lot of other cool autistic people. That's fine. That's fine. I thought it was so funny when I put that post up, that thing. I don't know if I put that thing on the poll being like, just because I'm curious about my audience, what percentage, like how many of you are autistic or undiagnosed? And it was like fucking everybody. I'm an autism magnet. It's great. I'm surrounded by people that I communicate well with. Oh God. People that I communicate with who by nature think for themselves. What a tragedy. As a recovering assholistic, I can agree with that statement. I'm reminded of Spaceballs. Keep firing, assholes. I know that I'm bad with conversations, so most probably my fault that we're on the wrong page, but if whatever they tell me does lead to me getting hurt, then I do question and get mad. Great, I'm surrounded by assholes. I mean, here's the great thing about being autistic and hanging out with other autistic people, and then one of them is accidentally an asshole and crosses a social line. This is great. You can be like, hey, I'm not really comfortable with that topic. Can we not talk about it? And then they go, okay. And then you change the topics because you can have a conversation with another autistic person about what's actually happening, and you don't have to do this extra layer of fucking choreography. You can just say no. And they're thankful that you told them. It's incredible. When people are like, oh, I'm so uncomfortable because this person is autistic, they're just like giving away that they can't talk about direct reality as it's happening, and they can only do this bullshit dance. Oh man, I guess that kind of set me off, that thing about, like, somebody walking away being like, I think they have undiagnosed autism. Like, do you even know what an asshole you sound like saying that? Like, how about instead of diagnosing them, you say, that interaction made me uncomfortable. Like, how about you talk about your feelings about the interaction instead of what's wrong with the person that didn't coddle your fucking... Ah! I'm sorry that you interacted with a person that didn't coddle your wounding for a moment. Oh my God. I hate the social niceness dance that must be done before you ask someone for something. Me too! I'm actually, like, admittedly triggered by the word please at this point. Like, just say, could you hand me that? If you say, could you hand me that, please, I'm like, you didn't have to say the please. I would have just handed it to you. Please just makes it sound more like you think I need to be babied or coddled, or you need to, like, press harder that you're making a request, like... My in-laws hate me so much because I'm always so direct and don't do the social dance they prefer. Civility is a disease, and autistic people are the immune system. Did you ever see this? I saw this video. I sent it to a friend of mine because it was so funny. It was... So, I guess these, you know, upper middle class something or other, you know, were having a dinner party. And they invited a lesbian couple to come to this dinner party. And they normally do seating arrangements where, you know, husband, wife, man, woman. And they didn't know how to seat the lesbians. They were so confused. They were like, one of them seems more of the masculine, you know, variety. So, should we position them where we would put the husband? And, like, the person in the TikTok video was like, oh, heavens to Betsy, how will we seat the lesbians at the dinner party? And I'm like, you guys are stressing so hard about rules. This stupid. That's why that's why autistic people are here to fuck your shit up. Because you can't think for yourselves. You can't exist in a moment without following your weirdolistic choreography. And, y'all, I'm not like that about every holistic thing. I'm really not. There are certain, like, there's a reason that evolution made autistic people and not autistic people. Because if you had only autistic people, we would reinvent the wheel every single fucking time. We'd have such a hard time interfacing. It's good to have worker bees. It's good to have drones. You know? That will follow orders. Like, we need both. But when you're following orders for so long that the lemmings are walking off of cliffs, autistic people need to come in and go, why are we walking off cliffs? I really think that's our evolutionary purpose. I've looked at this issue very closely. It is a very informed opinion. You know, you can't have everybody just following the rules without questioning them all the time. You just can't. That's how you end up, that's how you get ants. That's how you get, like, generation after generation that's like, why are we, like, doing things this way? Like, why do girls wear dresses but guys don't? Why, like, we're just every now and then you have to do, like, an assessment of your civilization and look at the, like, every company should be hiring autistic people to do these quality control checks of these dysfunctional systems. We're systems thinkers and we won't do things. Can I tell you guys, this is related to the jazz thing. When I was talking to my friend about jazz, I brought this up. I wanted more media experience. I was in college, and I worked at a radio station for half a day. And it was a jazz station. And I quit at lunch. I walked out. I couldn't stand it. It was not for me. And you want to know the primary reason why? Because iTunes computer playlists had existed at this point for many years. And I was still switching out CDs in a multiple CD disc changer. It was beneath me. I was like, I'm here to learn skills that I can apply to my professional future. And you have me working in the fucking dark ages. It is nonsense for me to be swapping CDs when I should be ripping these CDs to a playlist. Why am I switching CDs every song? That, like, every few songs you have to stop and talk because it's a radio DJ situation. Made no sense to not have a playlist, and then I stop and talk, and then I play the next section of the playlist. And then I could load up, you know, a full block. And I just was like, this is a waste of my fucking time. And I quit at lunch. This is a true story. I am willing to work really hard if it makes sense. But if there is an obvious, new, easy way to do something, I'm not going to do it the stupid old way. Just because that's the way it's always been done. Never. Never. But, you know, I'm just difficult and rigid because I'm autistic, right? I have undiagnosed autism. That's why I'm so difficult. I'm socially awkward. I work in a quality role. How about that? I totally will wear a skirt. Granted, it's called a kilt, but let's be honest, it's a skirt. It's a manly skirt. Recently saw a short where the bridge outside her house keeps flooding because the drain clogs. Council won't fix it, but they will give her a citation because a tree is too close to the... That's exactly the kind of shit. Autistic people get mad, so these problems will get fixed. That's why we love trains so much, because trains are an excellent piece of technology. But it's really, it really supports this whole, like, the evolutionary purpose thing of it, because a big difference between an autistic person and a person who's not is an autistic person can't follow the instructions until they understand why. So basically, an allistic will give you an instruction, and then the autistic person will be like, okay, why is it done that way? And the reason we ask is because we have more independence, and we'll ask fewer questions later if we have the full map in our heads of what role our job has in the system, right? But allistics aren't used to that. They just follow the instructions, they just do it, and they do what they're told. And they don't understand why a person would need that surrounding information. Because allistics have more of like a nebulous meaning-making map, so if they like need more independence and they need more, like there's like a cloud of information that they're like sort of pulling from to get the social cues to know like what to do, right? But autistic people don't really have access to what I call the allistic hive mind. So they need the full map. We need the whole map of where the job fits in the whole network, and then we have the independence so that we don't have to ask a bunch of questions and we do what we need. But because allistic people don't need to ask, why am I doing this? The allistic person will be offended when the autistic person asks, why are we doing it this way? And they think it's back talk. They think a question is questioning. But we literally, our brains can't make sense of the job you're asking us to do until we know why we're doing it. So I have so much trigger anxiety of being in those moments and being like, I can't do what they're asking of me until I find out what's happening. So how do I ask this in a way that they won't get offended? Does anybody relate? Can I get a witness? Like how do I phrase this in a way that's not going to be taken as back talk, you know? And then, or we'll figure out workarounds, like in school, I had to have a syllabus. I couldn't just get homework assignments. I had to have the syllabus so I could see the whole class structure all at once. The syllabus was so autistic friendly. You mean without I wear undies? I talk about the kilt thing. I can remember systems easier if I understand the why, 100%. If you are confused, ask a question. This is why I'm really good at many jobs for a while. Once the layers are revealed and I could see how bad it makes things for workers and how it could be better, but can't stop corporate policies. Also, boss, why are you asking so many questions? Yeah. Like, because I have them. That's why I'm asking them. Exactly. They call it training, but they never train you in anything. The trainings are always... Because they don't think trainings are necessary. They think it's like almost like a liability thing. They have to say they trained you. And I'm always like, please tell me there's a packet. Please tell me that there's a packet, a stapled packet, because I know they're not going to teach me what I need to know. Please tell me there's a packet. Please tell me there's a manual. Tell me there's something written that I can look at, because I know that they're not going to tell me what I need to know. And they're going to get mad at me if I ask. Elmira from Animaniacs was my favorite from that show. Oh, you're talking about Animaniacs? Yes, and it is fair to know the why, and it is in there. This is why I started my blog that, I don't know if I'm going to retire or what, but I started a blog called Zamdanga Impact, and a big part of it was basically arguing to corporations why they should hire autistic people, and basically what to expect. Like, y'all, we're going to make your company work better. I am wearing a t-shirt. It is a t-shirt. It is, speaking of autism, this is the theme of tonight. It is Caleb from Big Mouth. It's my favorite autistic TV moment of all time, when it is the moment where all the kids are letting go of shame. So everybody's being themselves. And because he's the autistic kid who is being himself, he writes in huge letters on the gym wall, Gym Wall. Like, he labels the gym wall, Gym Wall, and says, now people know. I felt so seen. I was like, I want to make a t-shirt that says t-shirt on it with little Caleb saying, now people know. And then that is why I designed this t-shirt myself, in honor of autistic labeling. I couldn't believe it, y'all. At the apartment that I was living in at the time that I saw that episode of Big Mouth, I had the bathroom door of my apartment labeled bathroom. I had a label on the bathroom door. It said bathroom. So if anybody was over and they didn't know where the bathroom was, it was labeled and it said bathroom. And I actually made a video on one of my other YouTube channels about Caleb, and I pointed that out, and I was like, y'all, I did the bathroom door labeling thing before I saw this episode of Big Mouth. Because autistics are serious about their labels, especially if you're ADHD autistic, because you're gonna forget where stuff is if you don't label everything. And we think we're being so helpful. You don't have to think about stuff because we labeled it for you. And then Holistics go, that's so weird. That's so weird. And cringy that you label things. Why is it embarrassing to be practical and clear? I just don't want to... I don't want to be a part of the holistic hive mind. I just want to be weird and hang out with other autistic nerds. I'm exhausted with your nonsense rules that you just judge us for not following for no clear reason. Like I said, sometimes there are clear reasons. Like we're talking about, you know, boundary violations and stuff. Like there are certain, like the world needs both. But the fact that our way isn't appreciated is what makes me mad. You know? Like I can see benefits to being holistic because you're in a hive mind. It's like having a superpower. From my perspective, it's fucking pluribus. You guys can transmit information without speaking. That's cool. Why can't you think it's cool? It's like, in my Norm video, I described it to like, they have fast travel on the map. But like, there's stuff between the fast travel points that we are paying very close attention to. Don't you want to know what's between the fast travel points? Why don't you respect what we bring to the table? And why do you just call it weird? Like, maybe I love an holistic person that, like, thinks autistic people are interesting. Like, I used to, like, know this bartender who was just fascinated by everything that I said and the way that I analyzed everything. It was like, I saw, like holistic people who listen to Bjork, you know? Because they're like, she's so interesting, you know? Bar! My curiosity wonders, what do you do with all your sleeve cutoffs? I throw them away. I'm not proud of it. I wish that, like, I can't hoard because I can't, I try to reduce how much stuff I have. So basically every time I have any object and I'm like, can you imagine a future scenario of you using this? And if you can't imagine it, then I gotta throw it away so I don't have too much stuff. I have enough cleaning rags though. The thought did cross my mind. But I already have so many, and I live in a basement. It's very Tokyo apartment in here. So I have to reduce how much stuff I have. Labeling things are weird, though. Why do they label those kind of things in public? No, but I mean, these are the people that are like, if they want to, you know, if they want to reduce all the stupid people in the population, they should take the warning tags off the hair dryers. Like, a lot of these people think that those signs and labels are a waste of time. Yeah, because they're like, you should have common sense. I'm like, no, you should have common sense. We have uncommon sense. You need some of that too. You need some of that too. Holistic people have common sense. Autistic people have uncommon sense. That is me. I listen to you in part to better understand neurodivergent folks. Yay! Welcome aboard. Laughing my ass off, the irony is how warnings are there because of people doing stupid stuff. It's like, I'm more comfortable in a world where everything has accessible directions, even the stupid ones. Like, I'm a person who will copy and paste directions into every place those directions are relevant so they don't get lost. Common sense isn't so common. Honestly, I think that people need to stop and examine what they mean when they say common sense. Like, what exactly is it that you think doesn't need to be explained, and why don't you think it needs to be explained? Because I bet, with any scrutiny, it's holistic hive mind stuff. That's the stuff that you think doesn't need to be explained, is your privilege. You're privileged to have access to this bubble of information. Because autistic people, there are a lot of autistic people, you know, myself included, who is pretty versed with the allistic hive mind. I know what's going on socially more than a lot of autistic friends of mine. But I also know that that's because they have their autistic, like, monotropic attention tunnel that's pointed this direction. And they know a lot about shit that I don't know about. Like, there's... Just because somebody isn't connected to the hive mind doesn't mean they don't have valuable contributions to society. The assumption, like my mom really believed in this idea. Like, she put people into, like, these very limited categories. There was smart people, there was stupid people, and there were crazy people. That was it. So, if your brain was different than everybody else, you were either crazy or brilliant, and being crazy was shameful. So she had to believe she was brilliant. And because of that, she didn't see that she had blind spots. Because if she had these serious blind spots, these things that she were outside of her monotropic attention tunnel, but if she wasn't a genius, she was crazy, so she couldn't acknowledge that she had blind spots. But that kind of goes with being autistic. Being autistic is like, there'll be weird shit that you didn't know you didn't know. And it kind of goes along with the conversation at the beginning of the stream, right? You have to, like, you can't be offended and protective and shitty when your consciousness expands and you see, oh my god, that was true the whole time. Because if you disappear into a shame spiral every time somebody shows you your blind spot, then you won't learn anything. In the 1700s, ketchup was made out of sardines. Gross. Have you ever watched My Favorite Joe here on YouTube? No. There's stuff that was common sense that was never written down. There's a condiment from the 1700s we know existed due to condiment holders, but no one ever wrote down what goes in there. That's funny. Mushroom ketchup was a thing too? Ew. I love when I learn something I don't know. But I'm not just talking about learning something that you don't know. I'm talking about things that you were expected to have known the whole time. Like, at the beginning of the stream, an example I brought up was, like, you thought your friend liked you for all these years, and then it turned out they were making fun of you. You know? And then you look back and realize, oh my god, they weren't laughing with me, they were laughing at me that whole time. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about that happens to autistic people. And it's so sad. Like... Or, realizing that, like, the person that you thought was your friend, you know, was abusive to you the whole time. Or realizing that the, you know, some rule that you were following and you thought that you were being, like, really diligent. Like, basically you were digging your own grave. You know? Why does digging your own grave feel like a really good metaphor for this? Like, imagine somebody, you're autistic, and somebody hands you a shovel and says, dig a hole right there. And you don't know why you're digging the hole because you can't ask questions because that's rude, right? And so you just are diligently following instructions. And so you dig and dig and dig. And it turns out that whole time you were digging your own grave for them to shoot you in the head and kill you. And you dug it yourself. This feels like a metaphor that is beautiful for this feeling. That is the kind of stuff that happens to autistic people. And then other people will look and be like, how could you be so stupid? You were standing there and they gave you a shot. You knew it was a graveyard. What did you think you were digging for? It's like, I didn't know. I've described this to people like, allistic people ask us to do shit that makes no sense to us all the time. We think your whole world doesn't make any sense. You know? Like, we thought that we were being respectful and humble and doing this thing that made no sense. A buddy of mine has stories like this all the time. Like, he actually says, like, he'll say something like, I have another story about my brain. And then he'll be like, I hope he doesn't get mad at me. I won't say who it is, but, like, he was walking, like, he was standing by his car. And somebody drove up and was like, are you staying or leaving? And he looks at the guy confused and is like, leaving, obviously. What a stupid question. And then he walks away from the car because he was going to the store. He didn't zoom out to see that the person was asking, are you staying or going? Because he wanted to know if he was going to get the parking space. He meant, like, is the car gonna be leaving this parking space soon? Or is this car staying in the parking space? So the correct answer was staying, because he was going into the store. You know? But because my friend didn't zoom out to, like, the context of the question, he just thought it was a stupid question. And that's what happens with a lot of autistic people, is people look at us and they think, oh, you're being stupid because you should have been able to see the context of this situation. Like, if I wasn't asking you this, why would I be asking you to do this if it wasn't because of this? We didn't think that far. We just thought you were asking us a weird question. We just thought it was, like, holistic people do weird shit that makes no sense to us all the time. And when we ask, as per earlier, if we ask, why are you asking me to do this? And we want that context, you get mad at us for backtalking. So we just obey. To avoid a fight. Which hurts our nervous system more, by the way, because we're autistic and we have more sensitive nervous systems. Just like, Ketchup is a catch-all name for dipping condiments. Oh, that could be made out of anything. Oh, yeah. Back in high school, I asked a girl I liked to prom. Then I found out she only accepted to go with me so she could get back at a friend of me. Oh my god. I'm sorry. She gives an example. I do asking someone if they're hungry because I'm curious if they want to go to lunch instead of clearly asking, do you want to go to lunch? Yeah! That's a great example. Are you hungry? No? Yes? Like, that is such a typical autistic thing to happen. The whole time you were digging your own grave. Yeah. Ooh, did the ghoul dig his own grave and not realize it? The ghoul's not autistic. Norm's autistic. Norm totally would understand what I'm saying, though. I mean, how often do you think that Norm goes along with things he makes that make no sense to him? Think about it. Think about that man's life. You know? We need an Irish bar song. My wife randomly asking me a question with non-specific pronouns, and I have to remember what conversation we had recently with a he. That reminds me of, I mean, this is kind of going back to some stuff about females, too. This is why, at some point, if I ever do stand-up again, I will do stand-up again eventually, but I have this thing written about why I don't hang out with women predominantly. And this kind of goes along back to we were talking about people, is women are constantly talking about people that I don't know. Like, at least earlier when we were talking about gossip, we were talking about, like, people I've heard of, or, like, you know, YouTube videos about celebrities. At least in those instances, they're talking about people. But when you hang out with a group of girls, they just talk about other girls that they know. I actually will do this, like, with, you know, girls who are talking about people, because I want to be, like, a good friend and be like, can you show me pictures of the people you're talking about, so I will associate a face with the names that you're saying, because otherwise, you're just saying a bunch of names. It's like jumping into Game of Thrones in some random episode in the middle, where a bunch of dudes in cloaks are standing in the dark just talking about people who I don't know who they are. It will help me follow, if you really want me to listen to this tale that you are weaving about Sandra in accounting, I need to know what Sandra in accounting looks like. I'm just trying to meet you in the middle here. But when you hang out with dudes, they talk about stuff, they talk about activities. You know? And girls outside of guy world will be like, guys are just, all they care about is competition. It's just all competition. They're just sports, and I'm like, no. It's about, do you think somebody wins at D&D? Do you think somebody wins at D&D? No. We're focused on an activity. We're focused on a task, a project, a thing. Girls are way more competitive in my experience. You just don't know you're in a competition until you've lost it. Until somebody asks a guy to prom to get back at you. Girls are just as competitive, if not more so. I have been in way more covert competitions with other women. And with dudes, we don't compete, we just talk about things and stuff and activities, and we play games. But nobody wins at D&D. I mean, sports is talking about people I don't know. It is. That goes back to the thing about guys gossiping just as much as girls. The talking about sports heroes. Talking about sports teams. And here's the thing. I don't do sports. I don't understand it. But I don't understand. Is anybody here into sports? because this is just something that eludes my brain. What makes you like a player, one player more than the other? If they're just playing a sport and they're just winning, then wouldn't you just, your favorite be the one who wins all the time? Like, what makes you like one football player more than another? What are you judging that on? Like, if you like an actor or like a singer, you like the way they sound, you like the way their music sounds, and they're different. Like, different singers sound different, and there's, you know, nebulous sort of, but sports, guys, isn't there just being good at the sport or not good at the sport? I don't understand why somebody loves this particular player. What metric are they judging that on? Is that a stupid question? I'm really curious. I like your Game of Thrones description. A bunch of guys in cloaks standing around in the dark and I don't know who they are. They're just really serious that something happening with some guy with this name is really important. My wife played a tabletop RPG for the first time, the Fallout 2D20 RPG, and she figured out my synth enemy had a robo-cat brain, and the quest giver had a robo-dog brain. Good job! Dudes are less competitive within their hangout group, especially geeky dudes. Yeah. I like the people on the team I root for. Oh, cool. I haven't played... Yeah, there's gonna be an RPG table at the, I'm probably not gonna have time to check it out at the event, because I'm gonna be too busy selling props. For an answer to that question, see Robin Williams. Does Robin Williams have a thing about, like, about this thing? Okay, well, now that we're, like, super chatting mode, I'm going to take another break. And then we'll just go back into chatting mode now that we're in super in chatting mode. So I'm saved, and then I'm going to quit, and... I did just save, right? Yep. Okay. And then we'll chat for a little bit, and then I'll probably quit a little bit earlier than normal tonight, because I am sort of tired. I need to, like, think about shit and life, but stay enthusiastic. We're having fun right now, and I want to keep that going. I'll be right back.
Na na na
Okay. Desktop audio off. And, okay, so we're gonna, wrap up and chat for a little bit, and I'm gonna, maybe for like another hour or so, and then I decide what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna quit a little bit earlier than normal, so I can, get in bed and get my iPad out and just do some kind of free writing stream of consciousness about this, like, I don't know who all was here for this, my whole thing about how I don't feel like I'm providing value, and like, basically, so if anybody wants to contribute to that conversation about the value that my channel provides and that my streams provide, and what you guys come here to see, and what you would like to see more of, or like things like your favorite moments, like I'm gonna be writing down things about things like trivia and the icebreaker questions and stuff like that, and just really see like what comes out of me when I'm thinking about that. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, is the perfect example of holistic shit that makes me crazy. Like, I'm like, because I hear those words and I'm like, did you really think the idea was interesting? I had an autistic friend of mine who learned that, like, that's an idea, or like, that's a choice, to, basically have something to say when like one of her students was, but she was like proud of herself for having that script at the ready. I'm like, oh God, you're becoming one of them. But no, I get it. We have to learn the language. I followed professional wrestling as a teenager, but that's just contact soap operas. I was into actual soap operas. The fights in pro wrestling aren't real, but the athleticism to do, yeah, is quite impressive. Yeah, wrestling is kind of one of those things. It's kind of like Rocky Horror Picture Show, or like Kink, where, and honestly D&D, where the people that I'm friends with are often into it, but I never quite latched on to it, but I've always like end up friends with people who are into it. I'm not generally friends with people who are like into sports, usually. Different mood, yeah. I guess I got all fired up when we were talking about the autistic stuff. I mean, I'm still in that headspace that I was in the sense that, having this puzzle to solve. I like solving puzzles, but it feels like, I'm like out of neurons, and, like I like solving problems. That's another kind of autistic thing, honestly. But I feel just really lost on this. Like, I just feel really clogged. And I also think a lot of that has to do with, other stuff that I'm processing that's taking up a lot of, like how in Far Harbor, how Dima has a limited amount of stuff in his brain, and so he puts them in this hard drive that you have to go find, and then you discover very unsettling things about Dima when you do that. I feel like similarly, I have like similar, like my hard drive space is being taken up by other things that I'm going to have to process before I have room to embark on this new chapter with my content. And it's not even just with this channel, because I'm talking about the singing thing. I want to do singing stuff. I want to do, and the David Achu video, I don't know if you guys saw that. I was talking about this on the last stream. He's this kid that is half my age, but I really like what he's doing. And it's the first time I've really, like, come across a content creator where I feel really inspired. Like, I want to do something like that. Not necessarily like the style of his editing and stuff. Obviously, mine would probably be more sophisticated because I'm a lot more professional video. That's another thing that kills me. I'm a professional video editor. Like, I'm a good speaker, and I have stuff to say. And I've been doing this for 20 years. I'm capable of more. And I don't know what to do. Because my brain has been hijacked by exploiters for so long. And I'm free, which is cool. I am so free. I'm broke, but free other than that. And so I picked Fallout because I love Fallout. But I still feel like I'm trapped by something imaginary. Like earlier I was talking about, like, I know I'm hit this, you know, I'm stuck as far as like numbers, but I know it's not the algorithm. It's not. I know it's not. And that's not just me like wishful thinking. There's something. Once I get out of the vault, I'll be able to see it. Hindsight's 2020, you know? But I don't know what I don't know right now. And so that's why I'm like fielding responses from you guys, like what you like about this channel, what you get out of it. It's very clear I say smart things about stuff, and people like that. And I think I'm pretty funny. I'm amusing, at least. I'm entertaining, that's for damn sure. And I think I'm pretty fucking good looking, too. And because I'm 40, I feel a need to qualify that. I'm still good looking! I still got it, Eddie! I don't know what to do with this furious power that has been curtailed and discouraged for so long. And I'm not going to be able to do whatever this is until after, not just Wasteland Jamboree, but I have, some trauma shit to grieve. Like, I need to let go of some stuff. Some junk. Like, remember when I told you guys that disclaimer that I had at the beginning of every video? I said, you're gonna know that I'm, like, grown up when I stop putting it at the beginning of every video. And did you notice the past 2 videos? I did not put it there. It's in the description now. It's not at the beginning anymore. Because I knew it was like a defense mechanism. Like, I'm still asking people for permission to be myself. It's so weird. It's gonna be, once, whatever that my brain is processing, it's gonna be so weird when it's done. Because when it's done, I'm gonna be like, I knew I was processing this while it was happening, but I didn't know what I was processing. You ever seen those Mexican soap operas? They're crazy. Guys, I had to be, Fei Jun! Good night! Thank you for coming! I don't know if you said that a long time ago. Usually my delay is a little bit delay-ish. Kind of alluding to earlier comment about the pause, just a weird mix of you juggling different things, learning to manage it all. I've been clicking the hype button. Thank you! I don't know if it's helping. I'm sure it's not hurting. Personally, I find your takes to be insightful and relatable. Thank you! You could be onto something there. Hearing you say, I don't know what I don't know is hella awesome, because I've been using that with doctors when they ask me stuff, and I was like, is that your job? Yeah, like, I can tell you what my symptoms are. Don't you have a DSM? Isn't that what you do, doing the doctor thing? Oh yeah, this is doctors. Tell me what's wrong with you. Aren't you a doctor? Tell me. I can't help you if you don't tell me what's wrong. Okay, well, I think I have this diagnosis. Well, you're not a doctor. What do you want from me? Hey friends, hope everyone is having a great Saturday. We are having an okay Saturday. Weather was freaking gorgeous today. I wish I'd had more time to take a longer walk and absorb more sunlight. I really hope it's nice tomorrow. Let me see what it's going to be tomorrow. I hope it's nice tomorrow too. I really, really hope it is. It's gonna be nice again tomorrow! I love sunny days. I'm like a lizard. I have to absorb sunlight. I really hope it's nice in West Virginia, but packing for rain just in case. Because if it rained in Vegas, anything could happen. Anything. Here's a suggestion. Could you and your friends at Wasteland Jamboree do some quick vids for us who could not go? Yes, we will, but they will be on the Atlas Omnicorp channel. Because I am working for Atlas Omnicorp while I'm there. And since he paid for my flight and my hotel, I have to be a good kid. And I have to do stuff for his channel. And if you need a reminder or a link for that, I did post, if you look at my posts on the Lindsay's Fallout channel, you scroll down, you'll see Atlas Omnicorp links. but I will still have my head in the game, because that's another thing I have to sort out, is something I'm really struggling with is, so I have not like a full-blown polymath, you know, I talk about video games, and I talk about smart stuff. I'm trying not to have too many content streams, because another autism thing, I struggle to pivot between different things. So I'm gonna pivot between different channels. I have to have like a plan. Like, you know how like I have this thing with Lindsay's Fallout where I edit the Lindsay's Fallout video on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and then I stream on Saturdays. And then I have a really good, like if I pick, this is the day of the week I do what thing, things get done. And now that I've been doing this for a while, I know I can stick to that. Hilariously and adorably, not even just professionally, but also in my personal life. Pro tip for autistic socialization. I don't know who needs to hear this. But ever since I started picking days of the week to hang out with certain friends, I have a buddy of mine that I hang out with every Monday night, and I have a buddy of mine that I hang out with every Wednesday morning. And I just looked it up out of curiosity. And as of May 20th, upcoming May 20th, me and my Wednesday buddy will have been hanging out religiously on Wednesday morning for a full year. I think he's only canceled. I don't think he's ever full on canceled. Like, we've postponed to Thursday like 3 times. But it is very, very, very relatable. We always watch something. Like, me and my Monday friend and Wednesday friend. Right now, me and the Monday friend are rewatching Fallout Season 1 in 4K, so I've been talking about that. And me and my Wednesday friend, we just watched The Road Warrior, and we're going to watch Thunderdome this upcoming Wednesday. Generally, like, I watch more, like, nerdy stuff with my Monday friend, but my Wednesday friend and I generally watch horror stuff. And it's great, because then if I see, like, a horror movie that I want to see, I know that who I can watch it with. It's really cool. And I knew I really wanted to revisit Mad Max stuff because of the Fallout influence. And when I watched Road Warrior again, I was like, oh my god, the influence on Fallout stuff. It almost feels like an element that's missing from the TV show. Like, you see a lot of the Mad Max influence in the games. You don't really see it that much on the show. The Raiders don't really feel like Mad Max characters like they do in the games. And, like, Road Leathers is basically Mad Max's outfit. Which I'm like, is that why it's called Road Leathers, like Road Warrior? Because I kind of think it is. You are funny and attractive. Damn right I am. I found your videos on Fallout and thought it was an interesting take. A little different and thoughtful. Kind of crazy, stupid podcast gives a POC view on some pop culture things. Because as a straight white 55-year-old dude, I have blind spots. We finally got rain today after a while. Man, I'm in Portland. We get enough rain. We really need to, like, fix the overhang over the patio in the backyard because it is leaking. And I put stuff under it thinking it's under an overhang. It'll be protected from rain. No. Got rained on. Don't know if my stuff is ruined. Road Warrior is so good. And I got exactly what I was hoping I would get out of it. Because, you know, I did the filmmaking thing. And though I do love cinematography, and I love good cinematography, and I know stuff about cameras, editing is my discipline. And the editing in Fury Road is fucking incredible. Incredible. And so I was watching to see if Road Warrior did a lot of the same things, and it do! It do! That is a great thought, and might solve the thing I couldn't quite place with her. The boys earlier. What do you think of Sister Sage? I think the twist is that her real intelligence... I don't know! What is Sister Sage? Is this the thing I should download? Oh, the character. Is she later in the show? Why don't I recognize her? It's a world of superheroes and celebrities, not super genius, it's social engineering. Maybe I will finish it. Finish the show at some point. I haven't been vibing that direction yet. But I shouldn't add any more shows into my repertoire until I figure out what I want to be when I grow up. I should go back also to old notes. Like, I had like this collection of notes of topics that I wanted to talk about that I never got around to. And I need to put them in like, this is the kind of stuff I'll be writing tonight, put them in some sort of easily accessible bucket. So that every week when I'm like, oh, time to make another video, I can just open the bucket and see what I've already like pre-written. I've been looking at a lot of, I think it's the David Achu videos that got me thinking about this. And also earlier in the stream tonight, I was talking about how I have different problems than the average person. And one of those problems is that I'm pathologically, what I jokingly call to my friends is I'm pathologically creative. A lot of people seem to have issues coming up with ideas or being creative, combined with the amount of content that the average person feels the need, apparently, to consume. Like, sound off, be honest. Even though I'm putting you on the spot. How many of you, like, need constant, like, stimulation? Like, constantly listening to music, can't poop without your phone, can't, like, do dishes without a TV show. That kind of thing. Like, how, like, because I've always thought that I had kind of an addictive personality, but I didn't know that nobody's pooping without their phone. I even mentioned this to my therapist. I was like, I can't believe, like, people are consuming content so much that they're, like, pooping, that, like, do people really poop on their phone? And she started laughing, kind of embarrassed, like, she also poops with the phone. My therapist. I'm like, do y'all really just cannot sit alone with your own thoughts? Because my thoughts are constantly entertaining me. Constantly. I'm not always paying attention, but it's on. Road leather originated early 1900s as a protective gear for aviators and motorcyclists designed to the iconic leather motorcycle jacket was revolutionized in 1928 by Irving, whose perfecto jacket for Harley Davidson. Ah, well then maybe I wasn't right about that. But I thought it was a decent connection. And if there's a lot of folks out here who are interested in something that isn't an echo chamber, you don't nicely fit in a box. Lore thumper, Bethesda hater. Exactly. That's the thing that I feel like I want to capitalize on, is because everybody else is so apparently busy filling their brains with other people's ideas at all times, and I'm not doing that. In fact, if I'm talking about a topic that I know other people talk about, I will avoid looking at other videos about that topic, because I want to make sure that, like, I don't get my ideas, like, don't get, like, tainted or something, because I want to make sure I'm saying, but sometimes that's kind of a drawback, because I might say things thinking I'm being so novel, and it's like something other people are saying, so I'm like, I want to make sure that people know I didn't look at any other videos about this topic when I said this, so maybe I'm saying what everybody else is saying, but I don't know. I'm not always paying attention, but it's always on. Sometimes it helps me stay on track because my thoughts overwhelm. Like, I have ADHD, so I absolutely do put shows on. Here's, I think, the big difference. One of the primary reasons I don't have media playing all the time is because of the analysis paralysis of deciding what to play. The algorithm, I guess for other people, tell me if this is true. This is like good research for me. When the algorithm on YouTube is recommending videos to you, does it do a good job Like, do you feel like I don't have to think about what I want to watch because the algorithm is going to show me things I want to watch? Because I do not feel that way at all. I feel like it's very rare that the algorithm shows me something I actually want to watch. And I'm kind of excited when it does. I'm usually always more entertained by my own thoughts. And in the David Achu video where he was talking about this, he was talking about people's fears of being alone with their own thoughts and how they're going to end up thinking about unpleasant things, worrying things, embarrassing memories. And I hear that, but I just let that shit hit me and I cry. Like, I don't avoid that shit with media because A, I can't decide what media. No media will distract me. Like, the force of the thoughts in my head are so powerful. I'm kind of jealous if people are really drowning that stuff out with media. Because, and this kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier about how I think I'm interesting. I think I am more interesting than the rest of YouTube. I am more interested in my own thoughts. Oh, and I don't know if their person's still here. We were talking about my issues with reading. Is that person here? Somebody was like, I thought maybe it was Mark Lim. It might have been you. Somebody was like, oh, if you don't read books, you just haven't picked the right book. And I said, I read like 5 seconds and then I get ideas of stuff I want to write and then I put the book down. Like, my brain is so much output. You know? Like, taking in input is work. It's work that's worth doing because I don't want to be in an echo chamber and disappear into my own brain and be like that level of autistic. Like, I reach out enough and I'm social and I hang out with people. Like, I'm not like disappearing into my own head. I make an effort, but it is an effort to consume content. And so when I'm looking at the algorithm, like, I'll watch Philip DeFranco so I know what's going on in the world. And I try to like I was kind of excited about the David Achu videos because he's like this 21-year-old kid who's like super hip and he's got like 6, digit views. And I'm really vibing with the stuff he's saying. And that made me feel a little bit more connected to the holistic hive mind. But he has, talked about this stuff with this constant media consumption. And it's weird. Like, I don't want to sound like holier than that. Like, you guys are crazy always being on your phone. Like, if you guys are, I wish I could be distracted from my own brain sometimes. But my brain commands so much dopamine. Oh my god, I just kind of hit on something. About, like, the adding value to this channel. And, me trying to develop what it is that I'm doing. And what I long for. There's like an intellectual loneliness. I think I've talked about this before. Like, I really like doing things like the icebreaker questions and having brainstorming sessions. I gotta come back to that. Interactivity. I want more community involvement. I'm not satisfied just like talking at people. I want more collaboration. And so I want to make sure I'm staying connected to what you guys think brings value to you, that makes you want to come, and inspires you to say things to me to make this more community feeling. But I'm having trouble making content that is inspiring that from you guys. Like, not just inspiring you to watch, but inspiring you to participate. That's what I feel like is really missing. But I don't want to make it sound like you guys need to do work or there's like a responsibility. I don't really see it as, come on guys, give me more. I want to give you something that makes you naturally give me something. It's something about that. I should write that down. But the icebreakers thing was a step in the right direction. But then also we were talking about things like the responsibility of running a Discord and how I'm not really sure if I'm comfortable with that. But that could just be trauma. Maybe I can do it now. And also, I wouldn't want to have like a Discord for like all the channels because I might have to have multiple channels. And I'd want to have one Discord, like one Zamdanga Discord that has all of my like properties in it. But a Discord would make it easier to facilitate something more communal. I feel like on this stream we have like some streams that feel really conversational and then other streams that don't. Oh my god, okay, so I'm gonna write this down. Brain dump over future content. So Discord. So, remember how earlier I was talking about how I feel like there's something narcissistic about this channel? That I feel like I'm just sort of stimming? This communal thing is like the antidote to that. It's like, this is sort of the plight of being an extroverted autistic person. You guys said a lot in chat, so I'm scrolling back up. Eerily relevant with the, I need something going on in the background of all the time. Books are a valid substitute. I'm not always paying attention, but it's on. Alright, sometimes helps me stay on track. Just so you work like a teacher would say. It shows me something I want to watch. Is usually someone I'm subscribed to. I will subscribe with like the purest of intent and be like, no, I'm sitting on enough of this person's videos. And then I look at my subscription box and I'm like, I don't want to watch any of this. Why did I not choose my subscribers well? I don't know if it knows what to do with the algorithm. Sometimes it has a good title and an interesting premise, but then it turns out not to be it. And then I usually have to search for someone who actually did do it. Yeah. I related that, like, I'm interested in this topic, but not this video. But thank you for reminding me that this topic exists. Sometimes it has a good title, interesting premise, but then, yeah. Usually I get a decent video. I try to read books instead, but my brain defaults to videos. Oh, man, I wish books would be great, because books don't have ads! Books don't have ads in them. Analysis paralysis is a thing, worse for when I am trying to find something on a sub. The algorithm is hit or miss, often. This is one of the great things about watching movies with my friend, because nothing motivates me to be interested in watching a movie or a show more than a personal friend recommendation. That will get my dopamine, not only because of like the social thing of my friend likes the thing, because then we can talk about it. Because I'm an extroverted autistic. I want to watch things that I know my friends have seen so we can talk about it. Because just watching things or just talking is not satisfying. I want to have a back and forth. I should add that often my phone is playing music because vids can be more distracting. Never mind the scrolling to find one to play. Yeah, trying to decide what to play. But now I have a music playlist that's songs that I want to sing. And that really narrows it down. Because now when that's playing and I'm singing along with it, I'm like practicing. And it's an activity and not just... When I read something, I find that I've had the same thoughts as the author. It's a transcendent feeling in terms of Yeah. I feel that way about, content. Like, that, women's attunement thing that I just went to. The reason I signed up for that is because of the content creator who, I don't know if you would call her a coach, but she's like a trauma healing person, and she's talking about trauma in a way that makes sense to me. And so, even though I'm sort of healing from healing, and I try to avoid trauma healing communities, but I was like, that feeling of, she gets it. Especially because it's a female, and I normally don't vibe with females. Which is very un-gay of me. Very inconvenient for the whole gay situation. Behind thoughts since before I stumbled. You are voicing out a lot of the things that have been paralyzing me from even starting for years. Not just right now, but other streams vids. Yes, and I heard your Just Do It spiel, which... did I give you a Just Do It spiel? That doesn't sound like me. Did I say that? I think it was more like... if I remember that conversation, that stream correctly, it was more like... I've been doing it for so long that I'm sort of a shitty... Like, I don't relate to not being able to make videos because I've been doing it for too long. It's like telling a fish, I really want to swim, but I'm not sure. I'm like, just do it. How would it work, really? Because right now with the stream, we're able to gather and communicate. If Discord's like the post on YouTube, how will we know when to talk to you? What the Discord is going to be better for, like, something that happens on stream a lot is, like, resource sharing. You know, like, if I'm talking about the David Achu video, then I can't really link to it here. And also, you guys don't have a lot of space to write. So it would be able to write longer messages, and we could actually like organize initiatives, organize collaborative things. Usually the more controversial streams are when you aren't playing because it's hard for you to carry on the conversation. Yeah. Conversational streams, yeah. That's true, which is why when I originally started this stream, I wasn't even going to play at all. For that reason. The playing stuff really started mainly because of the settlement building, and it is easier for me to talk and do settlement building, but I just really wasn't feeling that tonight. The automatron thing was sort of an accident, because I was gonna build Fish City, but then I was in the middle of automatron, and I was like, shit, I have to finish it. Admittedly, part of me watching you is being able to see a possible potential as well as just plain loving everything you do. Oh, thank you. Because I love seeing people gush over their special interests. Yes, it's my bread and butter. I can gush over the special interests pretty intensely. Even though I haven't been lately, I feel like I don't talk about Fallout enough in this stream. We're not even talking about Fallout right now. It's because I need to, like, focus. That's the thing about the icebreaker questions that are so great. And I need to finish Fallout 3. And I keep thinking, oh, well, if I want to play Fallout 3, and I want to talk, and I want to stream, then naturally do that on stream. But I don't like doing that on stream as much as I like the conversational back and forth. But I need to, like, things like the icebreaker questions. Focus conversation. But then sometimes I feel like maybe I just need to work on the icebreaker type questions and the targeted topics, because what happens a lot is I'll put an icebreaker or something and then nobody has any ideas, and then I'm like, it's not a very good icebreaker. And also, like, there has to be sort of enough people in the chat to sort of really get the juices flowing for a good, like, kind of icebreaker thing. And it was a lot easier when there was the TV show and we could, like, talk about the show we just watched. And conversation topics from this week's video, which was the original intention, which is why when I do the stream thumbnail and stuff, I'll put, like, this week's video was this, so people, like, know. And it's almost like a book club of talking about. But since people don't end up, like, asking about or talking about the video, I end up not talking about the video because I said everything I wanted to say in the video. Like, I don't know if you guys remember this, like, when I first started doing these streams, I was like, ask me questions, ask me questions. Maybe I need to take more leadership, I think, in sort of guiding, instead of, like, sort of having the attitude of take more leadership of conversations. And actually sort of, other than just icebreakers. And this kind of goes with what I was saying earlier, how I feel like I'm just stimming. And I need to be more professional. That's sort of starting to take shape now. Like, I need to take more leadership of, like, leading a conversation about the video of the week. And I think I gotta go back to weekly. But I need more money! Nah. But maybe after Wasteland Jamboree, Atlas and I will get more organized, and I'll start picking, like, a day of the week to do Atlas work. I didn't post anything to Atlas's social today. This is exactly the kind of stuff that I need to get more. I need, like, a schedule. That's how I work. I have to do a thing, like, Monday nights I hang out with Doug. Wednesday mornings I hang out with Cody. And then, Wednesday and Thursdays I edit a Fallout video. Saturday nights I do this. I need to, like, plug in the rest of my week, like, and then this is when I do client work. And then this is when I do my taxes. Fuck a duck. And then I have to have one day where I don't book anything as like an overflow or rest day. Because I can't do every single day. That sums up some of the why I wind up saying samesies. Ha! I love when you say that. I think that's how creative stuff works. Just start doing things. You might feel lost for a little bit, but then you'll find your way. Exactly. Exactly. Thank you all for doing this workshopping with me right now. I really appreciate it. And I just appreciate you all in general. I did enjoy the trivia thing you did. Maybe combining them might do it for everyone. Yeah, I need to work on... And I keep meaning to do that like every week. Updating trivia questions. The trivia thing was really, really, really fun. And at some point in there, I need to actually play Fallout 3, and I need to plant saves for Lonesome Road as well. That's another thing. Like, I wanted to talk about synth stuff. I need to schedule and playing the damn game. I need to finish Far Harbor. I need to... Every time we open Fallout 4, I look at those Far Harbor quests, and I'm like, you've been procrastinating that for literally years. I need to finish Fallout 3. I need to plant saves for Lonesome Road. All those things have to happen. It's weird that I haven't talked about Lonesome Road yet. Know who you follow, Courier. Especially after we were doing that brainstorming for Truth Gears. And we kept coming up with Fallout 3 stuff. And I was like, I can't do anything Fallout 3 because I don't have the saves. Unless any of you have a pile of Fallout 3 saves that you're willing to donate to the cause, that would be incredible. If anybody has a collection of Fallout 3 saves. It'll be annoying that they aren't organized. But maybe I can just open them and see what you got. I'm too far away from playing anything but 76, so I feel bad that I can't properly answer icebreakers and feel like I need to replay 3 and 4 again. But I know I would likely get sidetracked anyway. Well, I don't want to alienate you. You almost need a partner to read the chat aloud to you as you play, but that's still... yeah, I've thought about that too. I think I'm doing a pretty decent job looking over, but... I'm not planning on... Like, the Automatron thing was a weird, I mean, it was kind of cool because I ended up kind of going off on topics that were brain adjacent. Maybe there's good content in there, or a good video topic in there. But Normally I'm probably just going to be playing the game if I'm settlement building. Because that was fun to do with everybody, and I can still talk pretty well. It's like different, like a different neural track. But most of this playing, like the Far Harbor, Fallout 3, Lonesome Road thing, I'm going to do on my lonesome. Okay. Let's do something crazy. Maybe compare how modern pagans can't even come close to how good the writers of Elder Scrolls presented their pantheon. Which was the thing my late hubby criticized me for, which sidetracks not finishing the game, but even Skyrim and Elder Scrolls, but saw him play all several times over. The seeing the main several times over makes it feel less rewarding to play through too, and easier to sidetrack and enjoy the game in other ways in my limited time. Your hubby criticized you for getting sidetracked in Fallout? It's so common that the ghoul literally made a joke about it in the show. It's a way to play. I did have an ex once who got annoyed that I didn't like pick up and examine every single detail of every room. He was so on the spectrum. Yeah, I dated guys once. It was weird. I've considered 76, but I'm still scarred from the canvas bag incident. I love that you mentioned that. I think I mentioned the canvas bag thing in like my first Fallout TV show video. I said something about like, since the canvas bag incident, if you know, you know. No, I think I mentioned the canvas bag thing about the date of the bomb on Shady Sands, the timeline on the board in Vault 4. I was like, this has been the biggest controversy in Fallout fandom since the canvas bags incident. But those things like that, those like the canvas bag thing, it's like they're like cultural touchstones. It's like it's a weird, it's a gossip thing, but it's like we connect when these things happen, you know? And even before I had Fallout friends and I was just a lonely nerd who watched YouTube videos by myself, and I wasn't really sure what I was gonna do in this community. I was like watching all that kind of stuff happen. And then once going to Vegas and meeting people and kind of making this the center of my life, we like laugh about those moments. I mean, some of us are laughing, some of us are very, very serious. I've considered 76, but you have implanted the no I think it's, is it who or what? Now I'm not sure. Gaslit myself. As an echolele, a random guide point. It's really, really, really good shit. There are a lot of brain bot content in all the games to fill up a video. I don't feel alienated. Guess I felt the need to explain being quiet for most of the icebreakers. It's okay. If you don't mind observing, then I don't mind that for you. The nerd thing that happened around the same time was the Nuka-Cola Dark. As a former pagan wicked for half my life, neurospicy that deep dives into history, anthropology, etc., that could be a loaded topic, said with humor and jaded sarcasm. The other thing that happened around the same time, yeah, Nuka-Cola Dark. Yes. Canvas bag, what happened to the Senderman glitch? The Nuka Dark thing was also unacceptable. That one I didn't pay as close attention to. I vaguely remember the news articles, but I like barely remember what happened now. The TV show merch has been much better. Got that Amazon money. I just don't really like how TikTok pagans keep saying how much certain God loves you, like a weird combination with Jesus or God or forces of nature, and didn't always care about what humans did. I never got into like the pagan witchy things because I guess I'm too new agey. Because I feel like if I'm going to, unless you're talking about nature rituals, then I understand it. But other than that, if I'm gonna be that abstract, I'm gonna be more abstract. I'm gonna be like conscious creation, manifestation kind of stuff. I like tarot. But tarot is like barely spiritual. Tarot is like, God, even people who like are, tarot is guided bullshit. It's guided bullshit, but it's like, I think that people that think that tarot is like stupid are taking it too seriously, or think we take it more seriously than we do. Like it's it is creative. This kind of goes along with something I was saying earlier about, you know, people will be like, they think it's manifestation, but it's just confirmation bias. If something was not in your consciousness and now it is because you did the vision board and stuff, then what the fuck is the difference? Oh, it's not manifestation, it's the placebo effect. Oh, the placebo effect? You mean when medicine works better because people believe it works better? How is that a counter argument and not an example? And similarly, they talk about tarot and cold reading. Yeah, that's like, oh, you mean like the person is cross-referencing the vibe you're giving off and the clues that you're giving off with the ideas in the cards and turning that into meaning? Yeah, that's what's happening. We just think that that is helpful. And it is. Once I realized all that kind of stuff, I just no longer think that science and new agey stuff is in conflict. I think it's just two different angles on the same stuff. I mean, oh my god, the biggest example is meditation, right? Meditation was a weird new agey thing, and then science caught up and was like, oh, it actually has this very real impact on the nervous system. And then it became science all of a sudden. But it worked before it became science. The science just didn't understand it yet. People have been meditating since forever. I love tarot. Tarot is fun. I have a Fallout Tarot deck. Wait, I've never showed you guys this. But anyway, because I don't want to branch too far as why I brought this up, but check it out. Fallout Tarot deck. It's pretty fun. It's all Fallout 4, though. And it did get me thinking how cool it would be to do a tarot deck that actually used the whole franchise and not just Fallout 4. And I would be like, I don't necessarily agree with what characters they picked for all of them. I'd pick different ones. Like the Emperor should obviously be Mr. House. Duh. And it's a cool tarot deck. But going back to what we were saying about Wiccans talking about God and stuff, I don't think it makes more sense to me for like truly abstract New Agey people to be talking about God than Wiccans, which sounds dumb, and maybe later I'll change my mind about that. I don't know if this is the audience for this. Maybe I shouldn't have gone that bridge. Ooh. That is a good point. But that is a fun conversation, collaborative conversation. I don't know how many, like, Fallout Tarot people, but apparently there's enough of a cross-section that this exists. And that you and I both have it. I was surprised that this exists. I can't believe that I ended up with a Fallout Tarot deck before a Cyberpunk Tarot deck. Why did Cyberpunk? Tarot is in the game. And it's a huge part of the game. Why can't I buy a Cyberpunk Tarot deck? I've looked for the Cyberpunk Tarot deck. It is so cool. The tarot cards in the game. And that's another thing. Cyberpunk. Especially when Edge Runner Season 2 comes out. Am I gonna do that on the Dinstopia channel? What is the Dinstopia channel? What am I doing? Do I have to create all new channels? I don't want to have to keep making new channels. I don't know if my reasoning for splitting Dinstopia and Lindsay's Fallout even applies anymore. And the Benny and House video has shit views on the Dinstopia channel. What if I just took it off that channel and re-released it on Lindsay's Fallout? Because people are not moving over from my channel to watch the Benny and House video, even though I've talked about it a million times. And maybe it's because of the AI. Should I, like, re-edit it and remove all the AI stuff? I wouldn't even want to. I'd want to make the AI... I'd want to fix it. Because it's not that good. I don't know. I mean, it is funny to think about that when I made the Benny and House video the first time, I had, like, AI kind of visualizations of Mr. House, because all I had was that one goofy picture of him in that screen. I didn't have all the Justin Theroux House stuff. That did not exist. All the times I talk about House pre-war in that video, I have so much more I can put there now. That's kind of cool. You can always take it down if you change your mind later. It's worth writing down. Benny and House video. Move to Lindsay's Fallout, possibly? So going back to, like, the whole thing about creating new channels. So singing makes sense to do on a different channel. I still want to do that. Because I'm 40 now. It's now or never. I'm not going to be this ridiculously good looking forever and physically expressive. Maybe this is it. This is my last chance to live my singy dreams. So, like, there's Fallout shit. Here we are. There's singing shit. We're just gonna have Fallout songs. Plenty of them. There's cyberpunk and other franchises or other pieces of media, other media analysis, commentary, thoughts. I think I will explode from stress if I try to do a Fallout channel and a Cyberpunk channel and a singing channel. And then the other category is like the sort of general interest / comedy that's not pop culture related kind of ideas. And then there's Atlas Omnicorp. And then there's I have to make money. What the fuck am I gonna do? Atlas Omnicorp is gonna make money. That's the plan for money. That's the job. But I guess I keep forgetting that it feels too good to be true, or like it's gonna take too long. I don't know. He needs a business manager or something. Oh, I kind of already talked to him about it. I was like, I gotta start like charging you hourly like you're a client. You know? And then we'll just see if that makes sense and if you can afford it. Because right now, he's literally just like being nice and giving me like gift money because we're so disorganized and we don't have any structure. It's more like, hey, Atlas, I'm doing a lot of work for your business and I'm broke. And he's like, have some money. That's not sustainable. Could you, anything one blending pagan and secular god should not be trusted. And feel the need to add, I was pagan before it was cool. And could be ahead of trends and financially stable now if I wasn't so chicken back then. Which is relevant to say because of why I am being supportive of our God here. That's right. I am your God here. I'm very subscribed to the idea that, as Carl Sagan once said, we are the universe experiencing itself. That we are all pieces of God. And it just makes too much sense. Once you think of it, us all being pieces of God, all of a sudden it makes sense. Like, if there was a God, why would he let these horrible things happen? If there was a God, why would he let all these horrible things happen? When I got my septum piercing, which I obviously no longer have, when I went to the shop, I saw this guy who, tweaker, neurodivergent, I don't know what it was, but he kept going to this shop and to get more piercings for the sensation of the piercings, to the point that the piercing shop lady, like, turned him away because it was like an addiction of him just wanting to poke holes in himself because he was addicted to the feeling of it. And she's like, I can't keep doing this for you, dude. Good luck. Because he was like getting infected because he wasn't taking care of them. He would just get more piercings. And whenever I think of that guy, I think about what people do to themselves just for the feeling. You know? People hurt themselves and do terrible, destructive things just for the experience and the sensation of feeling anything. And when you realize that the universe is just doing all of this to itself just to see what happens, it all makes sense. The meaning of life is just to be alive. We choose to create meaning out of it. There's a natural force gravitating us toward feeling good. That's why feeling good feels good. If we weren't supposed to want to feel good, feeling good would feel bad. It's pretty simple. Everything just is. And when you realize that the goal is just to experience stuff, and there's all these forces that are propelling things in different directions, and that we're the universe experiencing itself, all of a sudden it all just makes a lot more sense. We're not here, we are here to feel good, but not really. The pursuit of feeling good keeps us busy. The real God are the friends we made along the way. Has anyone read the short story, The Egg? That we're all the same person experiencing the universe over and over again? Something like that. Yeah. I haven't read the short story, but that tracks. I think the world is the way it is because a lot of things are out of balance. It's not really like that we're in hell. It's that we've made everything too complicated. The airplane thing, for anybody who's here for that, I was like, you know, airplanes are a miracle invention that can take us anywhere in the world. And we're supposed to get on the airplane to get to where we're going and then get off the airplane, but we've built a society where everybody lives on airplanes. But you're supposed to get off the plane. What's horrifying? The piercing thing? We're a cooperative species set up in a... Fuck. Well, yeah. Yes. Yes. And we cooperate with predatory, competitive forces. That's the thing. People are like, the world is the way it is because everybody's so competitive. I'm like, no. The companies are competitive, and then people are cooperating in these offices with these competitive companies. But if you look at it, it all holds together because people are cooperating with these competitive forces. The human nature is cooperative. That's what we actually want to do. That's the dichotomy. I don't know if dichotomy is the right word in this context, but exactly. We are a cooperative species. We've been propagandized into being competitive over being cooperative. 100%. My audience gets it. That is the correct answer. That is the correct answer. Everybody wants to save the world. They just disagree on how. Okay. I guess now I should probably transition into getting in bed, putting a comfort show on. Because I have such a hard time deciding what shows to watch, I've just been looping Always Sunny in Philadelphia over and over again. But this was fun. Thank you for coming. The monkey sphere? Is that humanity? Many North American native tribes saw all living things as part of the Great Spirit 100%, and what we call ghost devils, evil spirits, are pieces of the Great Spirit that forgot how— Yes! 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 I mean, I don't, I'm not, like, well-versed on— but that's exactly what I think. I think that is exactly what's happening. I think that, we are, distracted from the truth by a lot of pre-war money, And I didn't understand that until, like, my brain collapsed. And then, like, I was like a newborn baby psychologically, briefly. And then I could feel my connection to the big thing. If this is the kind of thing, if we had a Discord, that should also go on the list. There's a movie called Network. It is Jim Carrey's favorite movie. I learned that recently, and I was like, of course it is. I'm surprised there isn't more internet buzz talking about Network now. But, see if I can find it. Network, quote, I am imbued. So, I had this, brain crash thing, where my brain collapsed. And it was not a drug-induced state, but I touched God. I don't know. It sounds crazy. This is the shit that my abuser used against me when she got me in that horrible situation. But nothing about it felt crazy. It felt like, just like what you were saying, this, connected to the Great Spirit, and now we're disconnected from it and returning to it. So, I had already seen the movie Network, when I was a film nerd. And then after this thing happened in my brain, I was like, oh my god, this is what happened to this guy in Network. And you know how people say, like, Jim Carrey's all crazy? Like, I think it happened to Jim Carrey too, so he doesn't sound crazy to me. So, in the movie Network, what it's about, it's like it's a TV, like a primetime show host who has this, like, spiritual experience, and then he's, like, preaching, essentially. This is kind of an example of the topic that I want to do for this week's Fallout video about the surface is the experiment sort of idea. The idea that even in this separated from the Great Spirit state that we're in, that there are spiritual moments, that there are moments of real connection. And that's sort of what the movie Network is kind of exploring, is that there's this spiritually enlightened guy who is a TV host, but he's doing this spiritual shit in this construction, this capitalist framework that's capitalizing and exploiting, because while he is really saying real shit, all the network cares about is that he's getting ratings, and sort of like he's kind of put in this weird position because he has this audience where he's saying things that are true. It is like what I'm imagining how Hank feels about what's going on, that the vault is the real world. Like, he's so there's this speech that, it's not a speech, but it's like a monologue in the movie where he's describing to the other character the experience that he had, and the character he's talking to is like, you've gone crazy, you've mad, you're lost it. And I'm looking at this going, I have had this experience, and my abuser was looking at me like this guy that was like, you're crazy, you've lost it. And I'm like, nothing about this feels crazy. And I was way too honest with this person about the experience. And it just freaked her out so much that she did these horrible things. But this experience doesn't have to make you babbling on a street corner. But anyway, so let me read this thing. Because after I had this experience and I read this, I was like, oh my god, this is what it is. It's, this is not a psychotic episode. This is a cleansing moment of clarity. I'm imbued, Max. I'm imbued with some special spirit. It's not a religious feeling at all. It's a shocking eruption of great electrical energy. I feel vivid and flashing as if suddenly I'd been plugged into some great electromagnetic field. I feel connected to all living things, to flowers, birds, all the animals of the world, and even to some great unseen living force, what I think the Hindus call prana. But it's not a breakdown. I've never felt more orderly in my life. It's a shattering and beautiful sensation. It's the exalted flow of the space-time continuum, save that it is spaceless and timeless and of such loveliness. I feel on the verge of some great ultimate truth, and you will not take me off the air for now or any other spaceless time. It sounds crazy, I know, but it sounds less crazy if you have felt it. Especially if you have felt it and then you're able to function in the real world and pay your taxes. And it just makes sense. So after that, that's why I started to take the approach of we're all pieces of God. Because I think that something happens to some of us where we are like so abused and mangled that this is why people have come to Jesus moments. It's like I reached the bottom of consciousness and found that there is no bottom. And just like he said, it didn't feel crazy, it felt orderly. It felt like my relationship with what I call the Muggle Matrix was a little tainted after that. And so all of my videos and all of my insight and all the shit that I talk about connection and trust and all of that was born of that. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore. Yes. Yes. And that's how I felt for like years. Because that's basically, once I kind of touched that, I realized I was living in a vault. And I was mad as hell and I didn't want to live in a vault anymore. And that feeling of just wanting everybody else to just wake the fuck up. Like, we don't have to live like this. What are your thoughts on bird law? Always Sunny. The surface is the experiment line. Do people keep doing the same things the Enclave sees as bad in the absence of a greater presence of control? How do people fare in a wasteland might be found on other planets? Leaning on the line of how originally the vaults were to test how humans would fare in space. Sounds like the same vibe as Feeling Good by Nina Simone. I'm mad as hell and I'm not going to take this anymore. It's been so long since I've seen it. Was he standing in the rain or where the sprinklers and yeah. Hey, Bar! I was actually like about to wrap up, but I'm so glad that you came by. Killerburn is Atlas in disguise, by the way. I don't begrudge those that need religion of whatever form to give them rules and stability, so long as they do no harm, which is the literal basis. I think we talked about this before, about thinking about religion. And how, like, I think that spirituality has to be personal. And that's the problem with religion, is it makes, as soon as spirituality isn't personal anymore, as soon as it's like an organized social construct, it's not spiritual anymore. And I think it's one of the reasons it's so sad that so many people, skeptics, smart, logical people, hear spirituality and immediately think religion, and they immediately think believing something for no reason just because somebody told you to. Because those two things are as not spiritual as you can get. What's cool, ferals? Yeah, we are, we went off a spiritual deep end. But what we were doing before, and sort of the main idea, is, I feel like I'm on the, what is it that he says? I feel on the verge of some great ultimate truth. I feel like, I'm about to form appropriate with my 40th birthday. I am turning over a new leaf with, my content and what I'm doing and how I'm doing it. And so we've been doing some brainstorming about sort of what my goals are and what needs to change. And I guess, like, in a nutshell, I need to, like, figure out sort of my weekly schedule for, like, when I'm doing Atlas work, when I'm doing Lindsay's Fallout work, when I'm doing client work, and get on, like, some sort of schedule with a spillover day, which will probably be Sundays, because that seems to make sense. And what I'm posting where, and, I'm hearing lots of good stacco about you from your cohort Dins. I say nothing about nice things about Atlas. Atlas is my, business partner boss. Oh yeah, and then also, like, the idea of, you know, me actually just, like, charging you hourly like a client so we can get organized about how you're my job. And my porn client does have more porn for me. I feel like I'm kind of letting her down. Yeah, I sent that screen grab to somebody else when I... Okay, so you guys know I edit porn, and I said to Alice, I was like, oh, I'm buried under this pile of porn. I'm almost done with all this porn, but there's still so much left. And Atlas is like, I know what you mean, but that is a hilarious thing to say. I was like, I love that of all of the things in my life, the most, you know, boring chore that I have to get myself through is the porn. It gets old after a while. I always think of Zach and Miri make a porno. Shit going into other shit in focus. And it's my job to make sure we cut away when it's not in focus. I'm basically just trying to figure out how to realistically make room for everything in my life that I want my life to have room for, and get money in there somewhere. Oh yeah, and also, we're talking about... I know, I'm goontastic right here. I mean, I'm not a gooner. I'm very lonely. Say it verbatim? Let me open what it said, the Discord, and see what you said. You're right. I really should say it verbatim. And also just talking about how, like, what, you know, really gets my dopamine going. In, not as far as gooning is concerned, but as far as, like, when I'm happiest and how I want collaborative vibes. And the possibility of a Discord. But now that I'm probably going to have multiple channels, I'm probably going to need to have, like, just a Zamdanga Discord that has, you know, Lindsay's Fallout and other stuff, because I don't want to manage a gazillion Discords. It's going to be hard enough to have a bunch of channels. I don't know how I'm going to do this. Oh, wait, you posted it? You posted it where? I don't see it. Like, in the chat? Maybe because you talked about porn, they muted you. I can just scroll up to it. Okay, I said, not sure if I'm gonna finish all the porn I intended to today, but I'll be damned if progress wasn't made. And then you said, I know what you mean, but out of context, this is very, very funny. And I like that you just said, this is very, very funny. And not LOL. Yeah, sometimes... This happens a lot. Sometimes the chat eats things. And it kind of makes sense that it would eat porn. Not sure I'm gonna finish all the porn I intended to today. I still haven't finished all the porn I have 2 more tiny pieces, and actually I'm done with the porn part of the porn. Now I'm doing social posts that can't have actual porn in them, because then Instagram won't allow it. So now I have a couple more social posts of people talking about sex. The sex support group stuff. Which sounds ridiculous, but it's actually pretty moving stuff. It's like a group therapy session of porn stars talking about sexual shame. Basically, my porn client got all of her favorite porn stars. It's a really wholesome group. I'm sure you're all shocked to hear that a lot of them have religious trauma with sexual shame. Yeah, they kind of went the other way, didn't they? Didn't take all that sexual shame. It is. I don't know how she's gonna release the full series at the moment. If it's gonna be like members on her website or what exactly. But there's like 6 episodes, and each episode has like the group therapy workshop, and then they fuck each other. And then there's there's the workshop section, and then there's the sex section. They talk about their sexual shame, and then they do each other. It's the most wholesome porn of all time. And I have been working on this project since like November. It should have been done a long time ago. But I've been working on it so long there's no dopamine left. So literally, if anything more interesting jumps into my view, like I feel like I'm letting the client down. She's like the world's nicest person. But like I open the project and my brain is swirled. So like I told her I was gonna get these episode 2, there's 6 episodes, and each episode has workshop and sex and a bunch of like extras, which are like the trailer, the web clip, and all that stuff. And it's so much. And I promised her I'd get all the episode 2 extras done before going to West Virginia. But then when I get back, we gotta do episode 3. But basically I got it nailed down where I'm like, okay, we have to just do one episode at a time and not like jump around, because there are so many deliverables. It's just so much. I've been editing porn for her for almost a decade. The first video I did for her was in 2017. I've edited a lot of porn. I have stared at so much sex that I am not having. Fun Lindsay fact. As Captain Holt, I am shocked. Asking, but there are so many. Which one of those sites did he post it on? Which one? Yes. No, which one? That's disgusting. Which one of those disgusting sites? It is foreplayfilms.com. Foreplay spelled not like foreplay, F-O-R, like as in forplay.com. Foreplayfilms.com. But if you go there and you look at the collection of films there, over the past decade, I edited like at least a third of them. I think I counted them at one point and it was like some ridiculous number. It's not quite half of them, but almost. Almost half of them. And if you look at the very first one that I ever did from 2017, it's called The Alley. And if you look, and it's like the sex takes place in like an alleyway in the outside of a laundromat with like a surveillance camera. And I could put whatever date I wanted in the surveillance camera, so I put my birthday. Because, so it says July 9th, 2017, because that's what year it was at the time. And that was such a crazy decision to edit that, because she didn't have any money at the time. I did that for free. She was looking for a volunteer, and basically posted this thing saying that she was working on this, you know, erotic films project for women. That was the idea, is it was porn for women, was her whole shtick, because there's so much porn out there not for the female gaze. And it's kind of crazy to think about, because I thought I was demisexual at that time, because I hadn't had my big gay... I wouldn't have my big gay reveal for many years, until like 4 years after that. So I just thought there was something weird going on with my libido, and I didn't know what. I was still trying to figure it out. And I admired what she was trying to do for female sexuality. And I had some downtime, and I didn't have any paid work at the time. And I was like, it seemed worth it to me to do this project and to make this connection, and I just had a good feeling about it. Cut to, nearly a decade later, she turned out to be the most reliable, best, most respectful, and, like, client. And multiple times when I was in a bad situation and I didn't know what to do and I had no other work, she had work for me. She always has work for me. And so that decision to edit that free alley porn turned out to be one of the best decisions I've ever made. There is no client that I've worked for as long. And I'd probably get more work and make more money if I could just get through this thing faster. The problem is I can't move on to the next project until I finish this one, because it's like a kind of hard to explain file space issue, the way we share footage. So I can't do the next movie until I get this 6-episode series done. And it's a lot. Unfortunately, not as much the female GAYS as I would hope. But she is so excited to tell me when there is female gaze for me to gaze upon. She's always excited if she knows that it's a movie that I'm gonna like. Like, if it's like educational or like some sort of like the trauma healing retreat, like a informative thing, I'm always into that. I'm always into ladies. But she's not gay, so she doesn't, like, cater to a lot of sapphic sort of stuff. If there's, like, something, like, creative involved, like something that involves some sort of special effects, something that involves, like, fantasy or sci-fi or that kind of thing. Like, I think the next one she's excited about me doing, because it's gonna have more, you know, sort of creative challenges. Like, one time we did one that's like, she wanted like a comic book effect. Like comic book panels. One time we did one that had like, it was all about sexting. And I got to actually write some sexts, which is fun, because I actually really like writing porn. I wish she gave me more writing tasks. She knows I like doing it, but, you know, I'm the editor. She doesn't really expand my role that much. Knowledge is power, or at least helpful context to apply in different scenarios. I've learned all sorts of stuff about sex that I don't get to apply to anyone. I'm too autistic to get any. Alright, I should probably call it. I said I was going to do that a long time ago, but I actually do want to kind of do this free write. I was excited because Atlas showed up and we're talking about porn! It is funny, like, when people find out that I edit so much porn, they're like, doesn't that, like, totally desensitize you? It's a totally different pathway in the human brain. Totally different pathway. Now it makes perfect sense to me, like, why people can be, like, strippers and sex workers and it doesn't, like, interfere with their sex lives. Like, I'm not thinking about sex when I'm editing. I'm thinking about, does this match cut work? You are a celebrity. Thank you, dear Dins, for sharing some more context to your realm reality. Yeah. You are welcome. It's work indeed. But it is cool how cool it sounds. Like, I love telling people that I edit porn, and they're like, what? It's funny. I'm surprised people don't have more questions about it, but, maybe they're, like, afraid to ask or something. I'll tell you what's a weird experience. Going to a porn film festival and watching the porn you edited, along with a lot of other porn, around a bunch of porn stars. A movie I edited got an AVN! That's true. Did not get the AVN for best editing, though. That would have been such a cool thing to have in my repertoire, but it was cool that a movie that I worked on for a really long time got recognized by the porn Oscars. And the cinematography was really good. So, of course, because I saw the footage, I saw all of its imperfections. And maybe the footage looked so good because I did such a good job editing it, but whatever. That's the plight of the editor. The best work you ever do, nobody notices. Alright. Have a fantastic evening, and I guess I'll see you guys. We'll see what I come up with for this week's video. It'll be pretty crazy. You guys are awesome. This was really fun, and thank you, and good night.